Yo! What's going on? Who we got? Biotech Psycho, welcome in. Mr. Boggity, welcome in. Bailey and Shade, welcome in, welcome in. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I missed anybody. How you guys doing? You'll be happy to know I'm doing Art Nights tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing those EX maps tomorrow, Biotech, so you'll watch me suffer. EX maps and challenge modes will be tomorrow. I don't agree that you're Alfarius either, Mr. Pockety. I'm Alfarius. Haha. Moto Carrot. Welcome in, how you doing? I'm just... Oh, no. I'm just gonna start this job, but we are gonna talk. We gotta talk about shit. We gotta whinge about shit. Whinge about more damaging stuff than the cheese wall. The mighty cheese wall. How you guys doing anyway? I hope you guys are doing alright. Did you guys have a good weekend? Did you guys get your drops? If you didn't get them from my channel, did you get them from somewhere else? I hope you did. Because teehee, they'll be available for the low price of 800 credits if you didn't. Oh boy. Well, at least you can get them, I guess. I don't know what sort of credits they are. They said mission credits, so... I'll be fucked if I know anything. How does it feel to know out of touch Aussie Karens are ruining everything for everybody? It must be South Australian. All the fuckwits are from South Australia. As I lose every single follower that lives in South Australia. It's true though. Just saying. Actually, I think they're from like Tasmania or something, which is probably even worse. Those fuckers aren't even a part of Australia. New Zealand is more Australia than Tasmania. How does it feel though? I honestly feel like something went wrong in Australia. We used to be like really decent human beings. Like we used to be the best human beings that human beings. And now we're just a bunch of fuckwits. So how do I feel? Disappointed. I feel disappointed. That is how I feel. Let me open my door. It's fucking hot. I just fucking bash on my microphone. Alright. Not a fan of this Aussie group ruining everything, mate. I'm not a fan of people who can't identify fact from fiction. Which this group is part of. They fall into that category. So about in any other place in the world, probably, maybe, we would have... What will we have? So not being able to identify fact, like reality from fiction, would get you put in a rubber room, right? These days, you get like promoted for not being able to tell the difference between fact and fiction. I don't even think these people are anywhere near... I'm pretty sure these ones are from Tasmania originally, so there's no cane toads there, so you can't even say that they're licking the cane toads. But yeah. I don't even know what this group's called. Someone remind me what this group's called. I saw I always keep seeing it pop up, but like I don't commit it to memory because like it'd make me angry. They would make me angry. What are they called? What are they called? Let's see if I can find it. can't even see it. They tried to get GTA 5 banned as well. But see, this is the big issue, right? With shit like this. This is a heavy fucking. This is a heavy fucking topic to start off the day with. I was gonna talk about mecha break patches and get fucking upset over that, but we'll get upset over this first. Let's fucking go. Everybody wants to talk about this, so let's talk about this. This is what happens when people don't know what the fuck they're talking about to start with. Like, I've never claimed to know a lot about much. I know a little about a lot, but I don't know like a lot about a lot. But like, demanding to take games down because of something you read from somebody else, like, this is third, fourth hand information by the time it gets to these fucking cretinous individuals, right? They probably never played a video game in their fucking lives, like not even The Sims. And even because if they had played The Sims, they would know that, you know, The Sims has its own little sort of what they're claiming happens in video games. So they'd just be like, yes, can't have The Sims. So that's how I know they've never played a fucking video game in their lives. Maybe they play like Candy Crush on their phone or something like that. I don't know, man. These are the cunts that go out at like fucking 6 a.m. in the morning to their fucking swanky fucking cafe that charges $20 for a fucking smashed avo on toast. And the coffee there is like $10 for this pissant little cup. And then the cafe only lasts there like a month. Because nobody fucking goes there. It's those sorts of people, you know. Watch this game get removed? Yeah, this game is slave labor. I don't get any real money to clean. This is slave labor. I'm being forced to do this for no monetary gain. Teehee. I can't even find the name. Collective Shout. There we go. Collective Shout. Oh, they have a verification page. Hang on, I gotta bring up the thingy Maduva. I really need to clean this shit up. This shit's fucking wow. Collective Shout. There it is. Let's pop this up. Look at this. What the fuck is that for an opening splash page? Where'd that go? Oh, we don't even have it. Fuel the next takedown, boys! That's a fucking disgusting attitude to have, that. Literally the same people who are screaming video games cause violence? Exactly. Like, because one or two Muppets go, oh, you know, I saw it in a video game, so I wanted to do it. It's kind of like, I don't know how many of you guys are old enough to remember this, but in late 90s, in the 90s and early 2000s, there was a bunch of people, a handful of people who were doing like murders and stuff, and they were like basing it on music at the time, like musical lyrics. So does that mean music is bad? Should we ban music? Gasp. Music. Cancel Beethoven. So can we just point out, like, how have they got Visa and MasterCard to fucking do this? Over 40,000. Who the fuck is 40,000? I live in a city with more than 40,000 people in it, and I don't live in like a capital city. Who the fuck is this? This is like nobody. I've seen more people show up to a football game. This is ridiculous. Visa and MasterCard have people in them that have already been trying to dictate what people can and can't buy with their own money. Sounds like we need a new median. Who's got the money to start a new median? We've got big plans and we need your help to execute them. Fuel the next shakedown. Since our launch in 2010, we have achieved many wins. Billboards objectifying women pulled down. Sexualized children's clothing withdrawn from sale. Sexually violent video games banned. Andrew Tate's pimping courses removed from Spotify. Okay, they've done at least one good thing. Andrew Tate's a fucking scumbag, let's be real. And an age verification trial underway to help kids for exposure to porn. This is what we've decided we're talking about as a starting point, Raggy. This is our starting point for the day, buddy. WPW? I don't know what WPW. What the fuck? Child protection experts. I know, everybody... This is how I know these people are just unhinged from real world. Because it's like, okay, so in the UK, it's happened already. They need to age verify stuff. And ours comes in on December 1st. And everybody's just going to be like, well, VPN time. I guess it's time for a VPN. Now, the point I want to really emphasize here, I know I emphasized it a little bit, is like, this is all possible because thousands, meager thousands of people have decided to speak out and take action. Now, look, I have to preface this because this is a heavy topic, right? Do not at all get me wrong. Do not at all get me wrong. I don't think that, you know, these things that they're supposed to be doing, like objectifying women, sex sells, it always has. Fucking deal with it. Objectifying women, are you going to take down OnlyFans, Fansly, Pornhub? You know, are you going to go after those sites, or are you just going to sit in the corner and fucking flick your bean and pretend you've done a good fucking job? We all know the answer to that already. Sexualizing children, let's probably not do that. That's probably no good. Sexually violent video games, they're a video game. Fucking grow up. I did say it, but anyway, don't worry about it. We're gonna pretend that I didn't say it. Age verification underway to help protect kids from corn. That's never gonna happen. You are never gonna win that. There is always gonna be a workaround. It's the internet. Fucking, that's up to parents, man. That's parents. This whole fucking group is how to fail at parenting. Like, whoever, any of these people who have fucking kids and they're sitting there like, I'm gonna protect you from the corn, sweetheart. I'm gonna change all the rules in the world just so you're protected. Like, mate, there's gonna be one kid at school who goes to fucking school with his fucking iPhone chocked up with fucking 2 girls, 1 cup. Like, there's always one. I don't care where you go, there is always one. Next thing you know, you've got fucking a group of lads in the boys' toilets just fucking gooning. But like, that's all this is, like, to protect kids' exposure. Collective shout, they're good buddies with an LGBT group. Doesn't really shock me. But like, how are you, if you just want to insulate your children, right? I'm not a parent. Let's start with that. I'm not a parent. And this is going to be a bad argument to start with, but I've always said that I don't know if I would be a good parent. But I don't feel like insulating your kids from everything and having them have zero exposure to anything is a good way to have them go through life. Like, I'm just like, even if I had, let's say I had a little girl, right? Let's say I had a little girl. This is my method of thinking. I'm going to use the most fucking benign example I can think of, right? If I had a little girl and I'm driving somewhere, I get a flat tire. If she's like if she's old enough to walk and function and talk and communicate, so if she's like 4 or 5 years old, she's helping me change that fucking tire. Like, I'm not gonna fucking ask her to pick the tire up or anything like that, but you know, I'm gonna ask her to help me change the fucking tire. I'm not gonna say, oh, you just sit in the car, sweetheart, or you go and play in the bushes, sweetheart. No, you fucking come here and get your hands grubby with me. We're gonna change this fucking tire. You're gonna help daddy change this fucking tire because, you know, this is life. This is experience. And just because you're a little girl in your fucking pretty pink dress or whatever it is that you're wearing, you know, that's not gonna save you from real life. It's the same thing like when your kids inevitably come home smelling like cigarettes or weed, because no doubt at some point in time they probably will. Like, you're gonna have to have that fucking talk. And, you know, every parent's gonna approach that talk differently because, you know, some parents, especially these days with league being normalized or legalized, it's like I, for one, I'm completely anti-drug, so, you know, people can make their own choices, that's on them, but I, for one, am anti-drug. Because I've seen weed mess up enough people. And, you know, just assume that you insulate your kid until they move out of your house and then they fall in with the wrong crowd. Like, okay, I can use the American example here because America's a lot different from us. They get away from you, right? They move out of your household, they move into a college dorm, they're with friends, they're around parties, they're fucking sucking LSD strips. You know, popping fucking party pills, all that sort of shit. You know, next thing you know, your fucking daughter's on the phone crying to you because she's been unfortunately done over by an unfortunate situation. Let's leave it at that. Like, yeah, back in my day, they used to have little dissolvable LSD strips. You just stuck them on your tongue. Damn. But yeah, and so do you really want to be having that conversation? Anyway, back to what I was saying. Do you really want to be having that conversation after your son or daughter has been through that situation and it's already too late to have the conversation? Or would you rather have that really awkward, unfortunate conversation nice and early so that, you know, they grow up to be a better person? I mean, I'd prefer to have those shitty conversations with my kid, personally. You know, I'd prefer to tell my kid and give examples and show proof and evidence of shit things that can happen, because it's life experience, it's learned experience, right? If you just insulate your kid from everything like what these fucking clowns are trying to do, they're not going to learn anything until they're already fucking knee deep in it, and by then it's too late. You know, it's a shitty conversation to have, and you know, I'm talking real world stuff when I should be talking game stuff, but I mean they're banning games, so here we are. But like sexually violent video games, do they have a list? Do we have a list of what games? I'm probably gonna get like a really bad list of games here, but only drugs to do is weed edibles, and even then it's like very rare. All right, so that's a shitty list. That's not a very good list. Okay, anyway, I can't find anything on there. But look, these guys actually listed Lara Croft. And I think I had this conversation last week, maybe, or I've had this conversation with somebody else. But this group actually listed Lara Croft as like an overly sexualized character, right? Lara fucking Croft. If ever there was a hardest female fucking protagonist in a game series, or just a game, it would be Lara Croft. Especially in the new games, the Square Enix games. Because she gets fucking belted, she picks herself back up, she dusts herself off, she keeps going. You know, like, Lara Croft should be a fucking icon for girls. But she's overly sexualized. Fucking why? In the third game, she wears a fucking puffer jacket, for Christ's sake. Fucking overly sexualized. Fucking Muppets, man. Cortana was another one. You know, like, apparently a fucking AI is overly sexualized. Meanwhile, Grok comes out being a fucking anime girl. 10 out of 10, Elon. I don't think that was your best move, but hey ho. But yeah, I don't really feel like Temu sellers get around sex abuse doll restrictions. Like, they're fucking dolls, man. Look, this is a loaded thing, man. And I don't want to talk about this because I don't... Steam? YouTube and Twitch probably isn't the best place to have that conversation, but they're fucking dolls. Grow up. Seriously, fucking grow up. Playboy's been around since you were fucking not even a squiggle in your dad's nuts. Seriously. Ad standards endorse sex shop fetish ads for kids. For kids? She's wearing a fucking BDSM outfit. Oh, that's probably not what we should be showing on fucking Twitch. Let's pretend we didn't see that. Alright, let's not click on these. This is dangerous. Moving on. It's just fucking Victoria's Secret. Man, it's been the rule of thumb for ages. Sex sells. Sex sells. It's been the rule. And it's not like females have been insulated from that. Everybody knows. Everyone knows. And it's not even just for females. Like, let's say you're selling a female item and you want to have some sort of sex sells stuff to it. What are you going to throw in there? You're going to throw in this absolute chiseled, meaty hunk of a man, aren't you? Because all the ladies are going to look at that and they're going to go, ooh, oh, I want a bit of that. It works both ways, man. I don't want to trivialize the actual thing these individuals should be doing, but because, you know, I'm sure at its core, Collective Shout does have a point, but we're not at the core. We're at like the edge of whatever fucking mess it is now. But it's really silly because it works both ways. Like, everybody sees the big hunky men with the big nice tight jawline and six pack and big muscles, you know, the gym boys. You know, it's not like it's always been one way. I should know that they privated their X account. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, they've got the whole world fucking wanting to put them 6 foot under at the moment, I guess. Tell us your story about has your child been exposed to pornography? And then they've got a very sad child sitting in the corner. Huh. Melinda is an author, speaker, media commentator, and advocate for young people. Caitlin is a writer and campaigner. She's actually a rehab person. A Collective Shout follower. Advocacy professional. A lot of the advocates for young people don't actually talk to young people. A lot of advocates for anything don't talk to the people they're trying to advocate for, and that is the problem. Like, can I just point out that none of these people actually, sorry, one of them might have a degree. She's trauma rehab, so I'm assuming she's at least an occupational therapist. But all of these people just seem to be fucking nobodies off the street. This is what happens when people don't have jobs. That's all I'm saying. This is what happens when people have too much free time. Compassion Australia, Haga New Zealand, the Youth Mentoring Body Raise Foundation, Culture for Ethics, Notre Dame University in Sydney, Who's Who of Australian Women and the Who's Who of Women, World's Who's Who of Women. They just assume because that's what they want to stand it on. Exactly, man. Raggy's got a good point there because a lot of these people just think they know what's better. I don't know if any of these women are actually parents. But Bernie has a passion for all things administrative and including planning and organization, a bachelor in business communication, worked in the government and private sector. So these people, hang on, we have some LinkedIns. Let's have a look at what these people have actually done. Oh my! That's a good start. I just realized that I'm probably logged into my own LinkedIn, so I probably shouldn't go jumping on LinkedIn. But, Bernie Poljak does not have a fucking LinkedIn anymore. I was gonna go through and look at all these, but I'm probably logged into my personal LinkedIn, so let's not do that. Private mode? I'm not actually running in private mode at the moment. But you are correct. I will keep that in mind, Raggy. I would say that most of, so she's administration, so she's actually had a job, apparently. Although her LinkedIn is now private, so we're going to question just how much job she's had. Playing Warframe right now. Are you having fun in the Warframes? She got fired. Experience in business management and relationship development management. So she's more or less fucking HR, which if you're not new here, you'll know I fucking hate HR people with a fucking passion. Everything that's wrong with the world is the cause of HR. That's all I'm saying. Background in medical research as a lecturer in ethics. If you have fucking anything in ethics, you would know that what you're doing is not ethical. Maggot. HR for the last, I wouldn't go as far as to say 30 years, I would say 20 years, but HR for the last, I'm gonna stick with 20 years, has just been finding ways to assume they're just finding jobs to keep themselves employed. Like, none of them actually do their own job anymore. They just sort of they like leeches. They just kind of leech on to a company and just try to be a parasite, like put their little fingers into every aspect of the company so that they can't be removed easily. I don't even know what HR's role is anymore because they just do a bit of everything. So, hang on. Let's just go back up here. The movement director is a fucking author. A fucking author. So you write... Hang on. Let's... Hang on, wait. I'm gonna do a raggy. And you guys are unfortunately gonna get fucking blinded because that window is gonna... Let me have a look, see if I can find that window again. Alright, you guys are gonna get a little bit fucking blinded. I'm gonna do a raggy and open a private tab. So, I want to know what this woman has written. Writings. Grieving sorrows words, women's stories of grief after an abortion. I mean, that's fair. I have friends who have had abortions. No, actually, I haven't had friends who have had abortions. I've had friends who have had miscarriages, so... That's probably not relevant. Defiant birth. Women who resist medical eugenics. Challenging the sexualization of girls. Big Corn Inc. Exposing the harms of the global pornography industry. And prostitution narratives. Stories of the survival in the sex trade. All by Spinifex. No, hang on. Duffy, Spinifex. Who's Spinifex Press? Publishing award-winning, innovative, and controversial feminist books since 1991. Okay, so they're just a fucking feminist platform. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, I don't... Are these even books? Or are these just like articles? Let's have a look. For the low price of $29.95, you too could get this. How many pages is this? Does it tell me? For 30 bucks, it wouldn't be a decent book. Anyway, I'm not getting anywhere with this. So yeah, I don't, you know, don't get me wrong, again, because I really want to really reinforce what I had said, in that, like, I'm sure their core concept is good. Like, yeah, there probably are some dodgy things that needed to be removed from Steam, like some things that just go that little bit too far. Because I'm sure there are Steam games, or were, seeing as how they've just obliterated several of them. I'm sure there were some that went a little too far, because there always is. You guys know that. There's always one that takes it a little bit too far, because they're just trying to push and see how far they can go when they do push. But, I guarantee for the most part, what they're trying to advocate for, you know, girl... I don't even know what they're trying to advocate for, honestly, because they kind of just grab a little bit of everything and just go, oh, this is harming women. Full stop. This is harming women. Give an inch, they'll take a mile. That is exactly right by attack. That is exactly right. That is unfortunately too right, in fact. Like, don't get me wrong, there are certain things that just shouldn't be sexualized, alright? But what they're trying to do is just change the fucking face of the world, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with that. Like, they're taking a wrecking ball to something that needs a fucking hammer, you know? And they wouldn't be the first group that's done that. And, you know, because Australia's fucking stupid now, politicians never step outside their own door. You know, they're stupid enough to fucking take that shit hook, line, and sinker. But yeah, the problem is that a lot of people, like, just touching on what Biotech just said, though. It's true, you give them an inch, they take a mile, but people, that's what too many people have been doing for way too long. Like, they've been going, oh, well, let's just give them this, and maybe they'll shut up and go away, you know? And then giving them that turns into, you know, a massive, massive snowball. And, you know, by the time it's fucking started rolling down the hill, nobody can fucking stop it. So thanks, Gabe, for buckling under pressure. You know, sometimes it's just better to let the shit just sit there and fucking just exist, for better or worse, than it is to try and start removing it, because otherwise people just take the whole lot and then they start ruining everything because they can. And I mean, honestly, I'm in the camp where, you know, if you don't like it, A, don't play it, B, don't go looking for it. You know, if just, it's not your cup of tea. It's okay to just leave it alone. Because, you know, what's next? The Tomb Raider games? I mean, they called out Lara Croft. I don't think it's too far of a stretch to say they're going to try and say, oh, well, Lara Croft is overly sexualized. Tomb Raider is off the fucking... Tomb Raider's off the cards, lads. You know, where do you stop now? That's the problem. That was my mum's nickname. Or Raggy. But that is the problem we are in right now. Is that they've started and now it's going to be very, very, very hard to stop them from even removing benign things. And while I haven't done them on stream or I haven't done them for a very long time, like since before I actually was a VTuber, I credited heavily the new Tomb Raider games. Like, I gave those games high praise for so much, and that was including Lara Croft's new design. Because they made her look like just an average, normal fucking woman. They didn't make her robust emphasis on the bust. They didn't overly sexualize her. You know, she was just an average, decent-looking girl. And I thought that was really, really creditable. But the problem is now, like I said, like, we've got this company, well, where are we stopping now, you know? Is Lara Croft going to be on the cutting board next? And everybody's like, oh, don't worry about that, you know? They'll never do anything. Cortana, the whole Halo series could get fucking nabbed. Because Cortana's on that list too, guys. And then there was a Dead or Alive girl, and I'll be real. The funny thing is that they're like, oh, they're overly sexualized characters. And the funniest part about it is that the Dead or Alive character they chose to actually display in their fucking thing is Honoka. And now I'm a Dead or Alive fan, so... And I understand that as far as fighting games go, Dead or Alive is a bit of a niche because everybody just thinks it's basically a porn-flavored fighting game. But... like, Honoka is the most innocent girl there is. Like, there are so many better choices in Dead or Alive to be calling out sexualization. Cyberpunk's another one. You've got girls in there that replace whole parts of their body just to look better. Just to meet the fucking... what is considered the social norm now. It's definitely one of those things. Exactly, Raggy, exactly. So, what's next? Cyberpunk on the list? The main story quest sends you into a dodgy Ripper doc that works on the street girls. Are you on Anime Soul? I'm not on Anime Soul. I am not Moon. Shimonetto was a parody about censorship, but became a warning about censorship. Censorship warning... Someone else said something about censorship. I think it was the guy who wrote Death Stranding, I think? I can never remember the bloke's name, despite how praised he is. The guy behind my favorite game. The guy who wrote Nier. Or is that sarcasm? He's very outspoken against censorship. The problem is that the ball is now rolling down the hill. It is fucking gone. There is no stopping it now. That's the problem. And that's fair. I mean, an adult game should be 18 plus. That is fair. And I'm completely okay with that. You know, we have ages on drinking, we have ages on voting, we have ages on smoking. You know, sometimes you just have to be... Sometimes you just gotta be an adult to do shit. I'm sorry, kids. But... yeah, I just... what's going on with this group, these individuals, let's say. Let's not even call them a group. These individuals, these unhinged pieces of poo, they've started something that's going to be very hard to undo now, unfortunately. I suspect that the only way that's gonna really really stop them is if like one of the card companies sort of stops and goes, nah, enough's enough. We're not folding anymore. My parents let me read books that wouldn't be allowed for kids nowadays, depending on questions I had, varied if I got answers from my mother or my father. And that, kids, is how you form an opinion. Something you're not allowed to have these days. Legats. Imagine having an opinion in 2025. You fucking heathen. Absolute heathen. I had planned to start off with Mecha Break patch notes today, by the way. You guys have derailed my talk topics. V for Vendetta is becoming a reality for the UK. I feel like I've read V for Vendetta, watched V for Vendetta, but I don't remember it. The problem in the UK, though, from what I've seen, is that it's kind of similar to what we have here, which I suppose shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, given Australia is nearly a carbon copy of that place. Is that a lot of the politicians don't ever step outside their own fucking doors. So, like, they're driven to work in, like, private courier or private chauffeurs or whatever the fuck you want to call them, like, they don't drive themselves, so traffic is a non-issue to them because they just don't care when they get there. You know, they don't buy their own food, they don't do their own shopping, they don't do anything. Like, they just, everything is on the taxpayer cash. And, so they're just so disconnected from the world. So when they see something like this pop up, where it's like, well, we need to do this. Oh, Galactic Artist, thank you for the follow.
Galactic_artist just followed.
So when these sorts of laws come up and, you know, the underlying thing is, well, we need to protect the kids. Right? That's the underlying topic, because that's what it is. Let's be honest. They want to protect the kids, which is fair. But the problem is that they don't know what the effect is going to be once they do what they do. So they know what the desired outcome is, but they don't know what's going to happen. And it's a big issue. Because, you know, you would think that a politician would fucking know what goes on in their own country, but here we are. And so that's why we get a lot of these really, really stupid laws. Like in Australia, for example, we didn't have an R18 rating for games up until, fuck, I don't know, about 2006 or something. So there was no R18 games in Australia. They were just banned outright. Or games like, say, GTA were heavily modified just for the Australian market. Which, you know, bless Rockstar, they didn't have to do, but they did. Well, see, in Australia, they don't have to appeal to voters until voting time. In reality, they just want to censor everything. They do. They do, biotech. They really do. And that's the big problem. That is the big problem. But then again, I mean, just, I don't know how many of you guys are on Twitter, but if you look at Twitter at the moment, it's literally just someone says something and then the first comment you see is, "Hey Grok, is this true?" Like, dude, a fucking Google search could have given you that answer. And it would have taken you just as much time to fucking have Grok. You know, have Grok write you an answer. Like, seriously, dude. Do your own research. And let's be honest, let's be real here. Grok can only take the information it has at its disposal. So, you know, Grok is not infallible. Grok, as far as I know, is pretty good for an AI. Like, it's pretty loose. Which I'm not... That's probably a bad thing in the grand scheme of AI, but... you know, at least Grok tends to be fairly reliable with its answers, I guess. Usually. But that in itself is an issue because, like I said, everybody's just like, yes. At Grok, is this true? Or at Grok, please explain. Or, you know, it's any number of shit that, you know, people just can't be bothered. And it's fucking disgusting to see. And, you know, they say... Biotech says that they just want to censor everybody. Who needs to censor anybody when nobody can fucking think for themselves? They need Grok. All Elon needs to do is turn Grok off and half the population can't function. Half the population doesn't know how to boil a fucking pot of water anymore, you know? Although that's actually been double-sided because there are now accounts that just go around at grokking stuff just because people interact with it because they're stupid. So, you know, they're monetized accounts that just fucking feed off the ad revenue of people slagging them off. Ow. Think of the hydrate. AI is genuinely making us stupid. We have the statistics to prove it. I agree. I agree. Whether the statistics actually show it or not, I would stand by that comment. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter for that. Everybody's just at Grok, is this true? Or at Grok, please explain. You know, the funniest thing is that there's like memes and stuff. Or, you know, there's like an emotional picture. Like, hang on. I'll wait until the ad break ends and then I'll continue this because I just remembered something comical. And it really showcases exactly what I wanted sort of hammer home with the Grok stuff. Do a little bit of cleaning while we wait. The downfall of education, at least in the US, has been going on longer than the AI stuff. The AI stuff is accelerating it, yeah. That is very true. Education has been plummeting because of more than just AI, but AI is definitely not helping the process along. AI has been fucking hammering home. What the Karens are doing is a double-edged sword. I mean, it's not going to impact them because, like I said, biotech, you've got these people who probably, you know, they would have their own echo chamber circles. So, like, they'd have their own little groups of followers or group chats or whatever. But they wouldn't actually be doing anything that any of this impacts them because none of this shit ever impacts what people are preaching. Like, if you're a video game enthusiast of any level, you're not going to sit there and go, yes, I should do something to get these video games banned. That's a good idea. Because, you know, you'd think about it, you'd think about the standard you're starting to set for, you know, any game from that point on, and you'd be like, well, you know, if I start this ball rolling, you know, eventually something I like might get hit. So, you know, these fucking people don't think about shit like that. They only think of themselves and their shit parenting. I'm gonna sit on that. I reckon these pricks are the shittest parents. Whether or not they are, I don't know, but I reckon they are. I reckon they do shit that makes their own parents fucking very uncomfortable. All right, now that everybody's back. So one of these grok things, the grok example that lives rent-free in my head is Iron Mouse made a post, right? The post was literally just an angry face. There was nothing else. It was just an angry face emoji. And there were like fucking, I didn't keep scrolling. I just did a quick scroll through the comments just to see if maybe there was like a follow-up from Mouse herself. There was not. There was, in the fucking one swipe up that I did, there was 5 to 10 people asking at Grok what happened. How the fuck is Grok gonna be able to explain that? Iron Mouse makes an angry face, no context. Go fucking wild, Grok. Go fucking wild. Iron Mouse is angry that elephants can't fly. I don't know, fucking pick anything. And that's how you know people are in the bin. Seriously, like... It's just, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thought process, and I hate that I have to see this happening. It was not what I expected to see when I saw like AI slowly coming to the forefront in my lifetime. I was just like, I expected, honestly, when I was growing up and the initial talks of like advanced AI and all the rest of it, you know, minus, you know, the doomsday people, minus the Skynet stuff, like everybody was like, this is gonna make our lives so much better, like everything's gonna be so much easier, we're gonna have, you know, huge wealths of information that we'll be able to tap into easily. Now we've got people asking Grok why Iron Mouse is angry on any particular day. She got stubbed a fucking toe for all anybody knows. This is what we're using all of this fucking technology for. Why is Iron Mouse angry, Grok? Grok, please explain this meme. Where somebody posted a hamburger in a jet and say, I hamburger jetted your girlfriend last night or something. I don't fucking remember what it actually says, but that's something along those lines. And I'm just like, yes. Very good. The brain rot is real here, lads. The brain rot is real. The reason why I said double-edged sword is because they preach it's going to bite them in the ass when they ask for where are the grandchildren? There's a lot of shit that can go wrong with what they're doing, honestly. All I'm saying, really, I guess, is that, you know, if you If you have a particular degenerate that likes some of the particularly degenerated media they can find on many of these outlets that are slowly becoming banned, I concern myself with how that addict, we'll call them, is going to get their fix when they can't get it in a video game or something else. That's all I'm saying. You know, nobody wants to look at the bigger picture. Sometimes it's the better of two evils, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying either evil is right, but you know what? Sometimes one evil is less harmful, significantly less harmful than another. Today, I learned Twitch has a character limit for messages. Yes, Twitch does have a character limit for messages. But yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate that this sort of stuff rears its ugly head more often than it should. I really didn't think that people would continue this rubbish long after people had stopped pestering everybody about games causing murderers and stuff like that. But here we are again. Here we are again. Delusions about reality are a problem. I agree, and I think, like I opened with when I started talking about this, you know, 30, 40 years ago, we would put somebody in a padded room for that delusion, but apparently these days it's just a normal behavior. As long as new art forms have been made, there is the exact rigmarole happen. Exactly. Papa Nubis, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem, is like art media. It's not even media. Let's just stick with art. What's that statue? The statue of the bloke with his fucking knob out, like the... I don't know what it's made out of, like limestone or something. I'm good, thank you. And it's good to hear you are okay. It's not that people are scared of things they don't understand. It's, well, not anymore. These days people are too stupid, or they can't be bothered to try and understand anything. So they just like burn it in holy fire. Statue of David, thank you so much. Yes. I mean, now let's be honest here. Regardless of what you want to say, I would say, given that man has his fucking knob hanging out, I would say that that can be construed as overly sexual, would you not? I don't even think that kind of has like a shirt or a tabard or anything on. I think it's just man with his fucking bollocks out. No? I don't know. I'm not going to look it up because I'm not that invested in this particular line of questioning, but... like, what sort of passes the check for overly sexualized, you know? I'm just saying, it happens both ways. I don't think we should be going crazy on one side of the argument or the other, really. Nude versus naked? Man, I'm not having that conversation. I'm not having a conversation of apples and oranges. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's the argument I'm having. You have to be specific because there are many statues. I know, but I mean, most of them that portray the male genitalia shirtless with the six-pack and the handsome muscles, you know, I think that all kind of falls into the category of what I'm sort of bringing into it. Tib spray. Yeah, spray. What's going on, Sam? There's a lot of censorship that comes from Christians. Yeah, following their own logic, the Bible should be banned. I don't know enough to comment on that. I know the Bible's got some janky shit in it, but I don't know enough about that. I'm happy to let people pray to whatever God they want to pray to as long as they don't try to convert me to it. You worship your God, I worship the blood God. A lot of those Greek and Roman statues, yeah. But I mean, I would argue that those are overly sexualized statues. I mean, if we're having, just to be clear, if we're having this argument, I would say those are overly sexualized. You know, I don't care personally, but, you know, if we're having, if I have to play devil's advocate, I am. I like playing devil's advocate. It's good. Devil's advocate is fun. But, yeah. I don't know where this is going to end, guys. Which is a bit of a shame. Because this is dangerous. Dangerous territory. And, I mean, there's a lot of people doom and glooming over it. Like, obviously, I see a lot of the news stuff that comes through, but, you know, these days it's all shit that comes through from people who, like, do a video every fucking 8 hours about what is wrong with the world or what's wrong with a streamer or yeah, it's all a bit hyper exaggerated and all the rest of it, so I'm like and I don't really want to watch it because I'm like, man, I'm just feeding into your ad revenue and I don't really want to do it, eh? The ad revenue grind is fucking real recently. Frankly, it shouldn't be in schools to begin with. School, yeah. I don't know. Well, I mean, if you go into a Christian school, then like a religious-based school, like in Australia, I don't know what you guys have in America, but in Australia, we have like Christian schools and stuff. So you know, that, as far as I am concerned, is a place where that is appropriate, as far as I am concerned. Now your average public or private school, definitely not. I don't know if they are private schools. I think they are. I think they might be, but I'm not sure. Because obviously I didn't go to them and I don't really look into them, so it's not really something I invest a lot of my time into cross-checking because I'm just like, doesn't really affect me, so I don't really care. I don't really know if you need to teach religion, honestly. I do feel like as far as what Shade says is kind of true. How, because, okay, so in Australia, in high school, not primary school, in high school, we have a history subject. And I actually do agree with Shade in that it should maybe be a part of a history criteria, but yeah. But I don't know. I only say that because, like, when I was in school, we did, and this is kind of what I relate it to because it's the only thing I can relate it to. Like, we did ancient Egypt and ancient no, it wasn't Greece. I think it was Rome. And as a part of those, we did their religions, like their religious beliefs. So I kind of feel like that would be how you would integrate it. You would integrate it as like a teaching as a part of a society. If it's a permanent where all the horny content is gone, no one is going to have a concept of what it means to make a child. I don't know about that biotech, but like, as far as I'm aware, the horny stuff, the corn, if you will, the tasty corn, has done a little bit of damage, or a lot of damage, depending on who you ask. Like, it's apparently done. I don't know whether this is true or not. But apparently it has done a little bit of skewing of what a female and male should be doing in the bedroom, I guess. I don't know if that's true or not, because this is literally just what I'm told by people, and it's just like, maybe. I'd sort of, like, if it happened to be true, I'd believe it, but I don't know, man. That just comes down to being an adult and setting boundaries, I guess. Again, I guess it comes down to having that talk, but you can't really have that talk when everybody's insulated where everybody's insulated from it until they're not. It's a rough thing. And that comes back to our original issue of, well, you know, if everybody's insulated from it until they're not, well, it's too late to have the conversation then. I feel like religion is a bad subject, though. I don't really know. Because I'm neutral on religion. Like, I've always just been like, well, you believe what you believe. Just don't put it on me, sort of thing. But I mean, so when I went to primary school, every Thursday, I think it was, we used to have what is called a scripture class. I think it was like half an hour where they came in and they read us the fucking Bible, and we did Bible-orientated stuff. I think that was probably a little bit forceful. I think that, like, as an adult looking back on it, I feel like it probably could have been handled a lot better, but, you know, I went to school a long time ago, so if there is still such a thing, I'm sure it's handled a little bit more delicately, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the idea of enforcing religious contexts onto people. That's just my take. I try not to think much about religion. I don't really like religion. I do try to respect people's religion, but I personally don't enjoy it. I don't subscribe to it. And there's dirt on top of it. Can I just grab that? Oh, yeah. I was raised in a very religious household, but I've always been anti-religion, even as a kid. See, now, my parents, bless them, so one side of my parents, not that that parent in particular was religious, but he grew up in a very religious household. His parents were heavily religious, ridiculously so. But my parents thankfully always told me, you know, you believe what you want to believe. Which as far as I live and breathe, I believe that is the correct answer any parent should give their kid. Here is all the resources, you believe what you want to believe. You make up your own mind. And if religion is to be taught in schools in any capacity, I feel like that is how it needs to be, like unquestioningly. This is what we have, you make your own assessment. I don't believe that it should be taught in like the same capacity as, say, algebra, you know. This is how it is, full stop. Should be taught only as a part of history and that the different religions impacted human history and the history of the world. That's it. My other issue with teaching it in school like that is, at least from my perspective, is that you're not gonna have, because like I say we did like Rome and Egypt, for example. So like we did a term of Egypt, a term of Rome, a term of something else. So a term for us is 4 weeks, by the way. I think. No. A term for us is a quarter. So 12, like 10 weeks or something. So, like, yes, you could sort of compact that sort of stuff, but I don't know how well that would sort of fit into like a school criteria, the current school criteria especially. So that's my only real concern with doing that. But I am not a teacher, despite having friends who are teachers. And I don't pretend to know what is best for the school system. I don't pretend to know what is good for curriculum, that's the word. When I mean horny content, I mean half of the world's history is built on the concept that is gone art would have to be censored instead. Yeah, that's true. And that's, you know, at what point is that the next step? That's the problem, you know? At what point is the Mona Lisa gonna have a fucking cloth pulled over her? Because one person or another thinks she's, I don't know, some guy loved her a little too hard and painted her, and, you know, apparently that's overly sexualizing her or something. I don't know. It's a stretch, I know, but we're halfway there already, guys. Honestly, I didn't think that a group from Australia would actually cause so much turmoil, like, especially such a small group. I really didn't think that they would, like, I heard about them a while ago, like how they were starting to do stuff. This is before Steam actually started taking games down, and I'm like, would be the first little group from Australia that's tried to do something stupid. Next thing you know, fucking everyone's buckling to them, and I'm just like, wow. Guess I was wrong about that. I don't know how they did it either. But I mean, the same thing is like the censorship that we're gonna have come December 1st. I'll be curious to see how that works. I might not be able to internet anymore. They'll take my VPNs off me. It's gonna be really bad. Alright, let's finish scrubbing this wall, and then I am going to shift you guys over to whinging about Mecha Break, because we need to talk about these patch notes. We need to talk about how angry I am at these patch notes, because I want to rant about it. I've been fucking hanging to rant about this. I've been hanging hard to rant. And if you play Mecha Break, you should be hanging to rant too. Let me open up another window, another incognito, and fuck it, I'll just look at it on the Steam website. Haven't ever seen the newest patch notes, I guess I should go look. Yeah, well, that was the main topic I wanted to talk about today, but you guys jumped straight in and you guys wanted to talk about, fucking, I've forgotten their name again. I was just talking about them and now I don't remember their name. That's how little I care about them. Yes. The idiots who are trying to control our media. And what we can do and what we can play. Chickens. Why isn't that working? What has disconnected? I don't even know what that's supposed to be in. I think that's supposed to be in tits. Which means... you have probably disconnected again, have you? Where is my... Why did that disconnect? All right, that should be working now. Again, I don't know why it wasn't working. So you guys have been scared to check the Mecha Break patch notes. Interesting. Ow. Interesting. Not that I'm surprised. I would be scared to check it too. But I am still a little surprised that you guys didn't even have a little goosey. So, you guys remember how I was talking about it last week? Most of those changes, all of those changes
shanked tonight.
are true. They are correct. They were in the patch notes. Let's pull that up. Let's have a goosey. A goosey gander. Where is it? I have like a million fucking windows open today. This one. I'm gonna read this on the Steam website because the Steam website has it in a better layout than the Mecha Break website. Alright, here we go. Let's make this bigger. Alright. So. Actually, that's the wrong one. That's from June 18. Hang on. Tools. Past week. Why? Let me see if I can find... I might have to go on their website. Yeah, okay, this is it. This is the Mecha Break website, so we're just gonna have to deal with this. Every time I make it bigger, it shrinks. Mecha Break website, what the fuck? Alright, well, I guess we're just gonna have to deal with that. I'm not a smoker, but the bullshittery this past month has brought my life. May as well get me started. I've been there before, man. That's fucking rough. Alright. This is... I'm sorry, I can't really make this bigger without stretching the window. And if I stretch the window, it's going to be fucking weird. Alright, so we got our fancy Stellaris. Everybody knew that was coming. I've been talking about that for ages. New clothes for a lot of money. And okay, so here are the striker changes. So let's start off. Falcon, deactivating auxiliary 1 recon kit early now reduces the cooldown. Every 1 second cut cuts cooldown by 2.5 seconds. So Falcon technically gets a buff. It's a bonus. I don't know if I would call it a buff. It is a bonus. We'll call it a quirk. So Falcon only gets quirked. It's a positive quirk, so we'll say it got buffed, I guess. Aleseness, energy regen on the ground for armored form and armor purge form increased from blah blah blah. Energy regen. I'm pretty indifferent with Aleseness. I'm pretty indifferent about that Aleseness change. It's just energy regen. I don't know if Aleseness had an energy issue. I don't think it had a huge issue. But at the same time, I don't like, that's not a huge buff. That's only 300 energy per second. It's not a tragically huge buff. And it's only energy regen on the ground, so it's, you know, it's not while it's doing anything, so, you know, it has to be on the fucking ground, so, eh. Aleseness armored form and armor purge form, along with its unique components and combat stats, can be viewed separately on the loadout screen. again, that's nothing. Who cares about that? Tricera, fluid armor reboot delay increased from 3.8 seconds to 4.2. So roughly half a second of change. A little bit annoying, but not the end of the world, kind of. Fortress form for Tricera. The turn speed has been reduced. Now, that is probably not going to help Tricera. I mean, it's obviously a nerf, but it's not going to help Tricera at all, because Tricera, with its 360-degree motion in its turret form, like, that's going to hurt it a lot. In Fortress form, drones hover defensively, consuming ammo without reloading. Upon exiting Fortress form, they return and begin reloading. Drone capacity is now always visible. So that means that the drones that shoot down missiles and stuff, will eventually expire unless you leave Fortress form. You can't just stay in Fortress form indefinitely now. Well, I mean, you can, but... Drone interception interval has been increased, while in Fortress form, projectile trajectories are now more visible. So it's going to be a little bit shitter at shooting down missiles. Narukami energy cap increased. I don't believe Narukami ever needed that. Jump height increased from 70 to 78. Narukami is kind of requires to be moving around on the ground, so I'm going to say that is completely acceptable. Decoy drone stealth radius increased from 100 to 160. Recoil range increased from 200 to 260, so that's completely fine, and I will say that because they changed optical camo drone. So it's no longer a bubble, it is a targetable attack. So the decoy drone change is in because of how Ox 3 works. Its energy cap, it didn't need. See, but this is also why, because if you guys remember when I read this last week, somebody sent it to me last week. There are changes in what I'm reading now to what I saw last week. So, like, I saw in last week, they said Narukami's drone damage was getting an increase to the tune of like a total of 10,000 extra damage. And it's just like, very good. And I was whinging about that because I'm like, Narukami does not need that fucking buff. It does not need it. It is already the single biggest hitter in the game by like double the next thing down. What do we got? What do we got? Welkin. Now, I'm going to die on the hill that Welkin didn't need these changes. Heavy Battle Axe 3-hit combo damage adjusted from that to that. So it's lost 1,000 damage on its second and its third hit. Nothing on its first. Spin energy cost also increased. Now, I'm going to die on the hill to say this, and I'll explain my reasoning. Okay, this damage is nothing, by the way. It is insignificant compared to what I was told the other day, so thank you to whoever fucking told me to let Link the other day. Because you fucking lied. And this is why I don't like looking at people fucking theory crafting patch notes, because they're fucking full of shit. They say the spin energy cost is increased because people are just spinning constantly. And I'm just like, man, once Welkin commits to that spin, if you can get away from it, you're away from it. Let them fucking keep spinning, man. Let them just fucking potato. I would much rather have a Welkin sitting there going blah, 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 than having a Welkin actually trying to kill me. That's all I'm saying. Because if Welkin is committed to just charging me down and belting the shit out of me in particular, I'm probably gonna die. If a Welkin just sit there and goes, then I am probably gonna get away from it. So, you know what? Let them have that. Fix an issue where Aux 1 dueling field prematurely deactivated from certain enemy attacks when using fast landing and grapplers. Auxiliary 3 defense field's duration is reduced from 12 to 8, but closing it early reduces the cooldown every 1 second, cuts cooldown by 3 seconds. So honestly, looking at this nerf, like, that's not a lot of damage. I will say that's probably a very moderate and okay change. I think that Welkin actually got changed well. I don't think it needed this spin decrease, but no. Lumine, energy defense increased by from 30 to 35%, so it got an energy increase. Main weapon, oh, that's all Lumine got, just an energy damage increase. Hurricane, main weapon, damage increased and area damage increased. So that's okay. Hurricane sidearm decoy drone now self-destructs when hit by a melee attack, releasing a pulse that immobilizes attackers within 100 meters for 1.6 seconds. Again, not the change I was hoping for. I was actually hoping that it would retain a shield full time. So again, we talked about this last week. Hurricane spits out 2 decoy shields. It can still block attacks, but once you release, so it's a secondary attack, so it's a right click. Once you release it, it spits out a drone. If you do that again, like let's say you have to block a second attack, it spits out a second drone, and then you have no more shield. I would much rather they give us a shield full stop. Like maybe just have it, yes, still spit out 2 shields, but it can still use the shield after it spits out the 2 shield. I feel like that would benefit Hurricane a million times over. Defense field drone now deploys a stationary drone, creating a 400-meter radius to block ranged attacks, or self-deploys if nobody is targeted. So that's its booble. I'm not entirely sure I like the idea of that, honestly. I don't like how big the bubble is. I'm going to be honest. Like, it is a very big... It's... Yes, exactly, Bailey. And give him an actual shield. I feel like the defense drone for Hurricane should be a smaller, like, self-contained bubble, not a big group bubble. Kind of like what Panaka has. Panaka lock-on range increased. Fantastic. What's that? Aquila. As an Aquila main, I'm gonna cry here. Energy regen in the air reduced. Energy depletion threshold increased. Which means if you run out of energy on Aquila, which you will quicker, you are gonna suffer. You're gonna suffer on the ground for a long fucking time. Airborne kit's energy consumption is doubled. I want to it is doubled. And the boost is increased slightly as well. But no, the airborne kit to use is doubled now, which means it can spend half as much time in fucking that form. That was the only thing that allowed it to counter Falcon and Sky Raider. Without that airborne kit's energy, it can no longer counter Sky Raider and Falcon. which means now Sky Raider and Falcon literally have, if they're wise and they don't get too close to a fucking Stellaris or a fucking Welkin, they have no competition. Full stop. That also means that I don't believe that Aquila can actually maintain itself in the air. I believe it will have to land eventually. Sky Raider's energy missiles, area damage is increased. Jamming missiles, area of effect is reduced. Yeah, so Aquila has been hamstrung entirely. Aquila is not in a good place. But it was the only, I don't want to call it a hard counter because it wasn't a hard counter, but it was the only real counter to both Falcon and Sky Raider. So yeah, Aquila just got gutted. And cannot, without help, cannot compete against those two anymore. Aerial assault form drones, so those are the drones that are in aerial assault form. They shoot down missiles, same as Triceras. They are now working the same as Triceras. So they won't reload while you're in sky form. You'll have to, well, you don't have to land, but you gotta untransformer. You've got to Starscream. Yeah. Stego, jamming haze diffuser no longer interferes with ally targeting, which is good. Smoke duration reduced from 3 seconds to 1.5, so that's just the burst. So if you activate it and deactivate it, now is halved, which is a fucking rough sell. Jamming haze diffuser cooldown increased from 22 seconds to 30 seconds, but deactivating early reduces by 1 second. Every 1 second reduces cooldown by 6 seconds. Again, that's stupid. I don't agree with it. Terraform's turn speed has been reduced from 140 degrees to 110 degrees. That I'm not too concerned about because Stego doesn't really have a very good field of vision. So it's kind of like, well, yeah, it's a bit slower, but nah, it's not too bad. I mean, it's going to be bad, but it's not the end. Like, it's not going to feel it as much as Tricera does, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. It's shit, but it's not. It could be worse. Stego could work like Tricera on a 360 degree turret. So yeah, both Stego and Tricera got gutted. Aquila got gutted. Aquila, honestly, Aquila is pointless now. There is no reason to run an Aquila. Where was I? Inferno. Ground evade energy cost reduced. Air evade energy cost reduced. Jump energy cost reduced. So Inferno did need that. Inferno was horrific for energy. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Fucking Hurricane needs this as well. Just saying. Auxiliary 3 booster kit activates instantly, removing grappler effects, which is fucking pointless because once a Stellaris grapples you, it's in your fucking face anyway, so good luck. It increases the evade range, which is good. Jump height, which is good. Ground boost speed, which is good. Air boost speed, which is good. And ascent speed, which is good. So that's... all of that's good. This particular thing is fucking pointless because the odds of you being able to remove a grapple effect before the Stellaris wants to pummel your face in is slim at best, but... Serenith. Now, here's another fucking anger-inducing update. Energy, reduced energy costs for ground evade, air evade, and jumps. So Serenith already doesn't run out of energy.
JakeWay28 just raided with 12 viewers.
Jake Way, welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. So yeah, Serenith already didn't run out of energy, so that's stupid.
Thank you for the
follow.
Drifter's Twisted Sister just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Drifter's Twisted Sister. Welcome in. Orbital targeting systems area damage after charging is increased.
JakeWay28 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Jake Way. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. This doesn't need to be upped. Honestly, it never needed to be upped. It already does a lot of damage. Disruption Grappler now staggers enemies that are not immune to stagger. Very good. Disruptor now grants immunity to immobilization and stagger on its Auxiliary 2, and fix an issue where Auxiliary 2 Disruptor failed to immediately break lock-on or prevent attacks in certain situations. So I believe the Auxiliary 2 on the Serenith is once your fluid armor breaks, it makes it so you cannot be locked on. You still have to use the skill, it doesn't automatically activate. It makes it so you can't be locked on to start off with. So, using that, you can't be targeted, technically. I mean, you can still be shot, but... and you've got lower cost, lower energy cost, so you can just run all day. And let's bear in mind that Serenith, just to really upset you, Serenith's charged main cannon does more damage than Aquila's. So if you are an Aquila main, you may as well fucking play a Serenith. There is no point in playing an Aquila. Everything that Aquila does, Serenith does better. Food for thought. Food for thought. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, Balian. Honestly, that's exactly how I feel. So the July livestream reward Moonwell is now available. Unlock striker designs for 800 mission tokens. That's the skins or camos or whatever you want to call them. All pilots can now unlock and save up to 10 custom appearance presets. Casual mode in Operation Verge and Ace Arena now supports in-match striker switching and allows mods. So I guess they're testing the impact that has. Outside of that though, I mean, there's just changes in this. Mission token rewards are increased for completing restricted zone events. Extra drops. Normal mode features 6 extraction points, up from 5. Cargo rocket facilities have been added to normal, hard, and extreme in Mashmac. Rockets can now spawn at these facilities. Gliders now grant stun lock immunity, target lock immunity when performing evasive maneuvers. So, fucking Falcon bullshit right there. Enhanced Exile class frigate brigade bridge defenses. The bridge is only attackable after all the turrets are destroyed. Hellcat loot can be collected from its wreckage instead of the armored supply crate. Teammate indicators now display full fluid, armor, health, and repair status, which is good. Ow! Thank you for the hydrate. What else have we got? Changes to the UI. Party voice chat. And that's about all there is worth noting. But yeah, so they are doubling down on protecting their prized possession, Falcon. And Stellaris, I should say. And yeah. So that's where we're at. I'm also very much like you, if I'm honest, Balian. That patch has really upset me to the point, to the point where I don't know if I will continue playing it. And, you know, I got accepted into the creator group, the content creator group, and I'm just thinking, you know what? Do I really want to keep representing this game? Like, yeah, I get it. I waited a long time for this game. I was really excited for this game. I hyped it up, everything. But, you know, I'm not gonna... Would you try to play the Stalker trilogy? Probably not. Only because I suspect it's gonna have a lot of I'm gonna have a lot of trouble getting it working. And Stalker is a very, very, very slow game. I did play Stalker 2 for a while, yeah, but it was, found it hard to really concentrate on that game. It was a very slow game. I wanted to like it, but it didn't want to like me. I was very excited for Stalker 2, and I don't want to say that I didn't enjoy the game, because I absolutely did, but it was a very slow game. I never finished it, by the way, just so you guys are aware. I never did finish it. Start over in a few months, man. I don't want to start over in that game again. The other issue was that it was on Unreal 5, and I had to fight with that game a lot on stream. The other thing was with Stalker 2 is that originally when I first played it through, in my very first game that I was playing through it on, what happened was I ended up getting stuck in a bug which completely annihilated the save game. And I'm gonna be honest with you, that really, really ruined it for me. Because I had, I didn't have a choice but to start over. I had to start over because the save game was Cactus. and Stalker, if I'm being honest, would not be the first game that I played. Would not be the first game that I've put down. Because the game is broken on me. I don't know if you'll pay attention to SDCC, but the guy in charge of Mecha Break was talking about making a show for the game in an interview. Where the main character drives a falcon! Drifter's Twisted Sister, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, no, if they make any sort of show out of that, you know it's just gonna be Falcon Goonie. The main character will fucking drive a Falcon, and the side character will be a Sky Raider and a Stellaris. Or maybe the antagonist will be a Stellaris. Like, it'll be bad. Good, I played packing for camping. We were playing Fortnite? Camping. I've been camping for years. I miss camping. I hope you're going somewhere really nice. I hope you're going somewhere well away from humans. Somewhere where you can just breathe the fresh air. What do you say, MC pilots? The plan is to make based off the pilots for the paid skins. Yeah, no, that part doesn't surprise me. I reckon you'll get like the Falcon will be the main character, and then the Stellaris will be like the antagonist, and then, you know, Aquila, for example, will just get nothing. There won't be anything. There won't even be a character. They'll just be an unknown. It'll be Bruce from fucking accounts. Girl trip, Ocean Beach. That sounds nice. I mean, I say that. I live near the ocean, but going somewhere quiet near the ocean just does sound nice. I'm a very ocean person. Like, if I go away from the water and I don't have like the salt air, it does something to me. If I can't breathe the salt in the air, it does something weird to me. But yeah, going somewhere quiet and camping and just having fun, relaxing at the beach does sound like a good time. The games that we're chatting about, at the moment we're chatting about Mecha Break. Which is a mech-based hero shooter. It's kind of like Overwatch, I guess you could say. Overwatch, Valorant. Those sorts of games. Why do you want to breathe in salt? I'm just so used to it, Sonic, you know? Because I've lived by the ocean my whole life. And I've been by the ocean my whole life. So, like, even if I go into the middle of Australia, like if I go inland for one reason or another, it's just... I don't know, the dry air just fucking kills me. Mostly play Destiny 2 and Fortnite. Phasmo. It's about an hour to the beach from me, but we're going 3 hours away. I hope you have a good time then. It sounds really nice. It's been a long time since I've actually taken like any sort of actual vacation, so I always get a little bit envious when people talk about going on their own. Especially when they talk about something that just sounds like really genuinely nice to me, and I'm just like, oh man. Big jelly. Just take a handful of salt and inhale it all? No! Don't inhale the salt. You stole my cookies! Heretic. Give me my cookies back. That's alright, you can have my cookies. I have rice biscuits. Or rice crackers, or whatever you want to call them. Mecha Break is plummeting in numbers. That much is true. Although it's not plummeting due to balancing issues, ironically. It's plummeting because people are upset with the monetization. Which admittedly I'm not thrilled about, but at the same time I'm not offended by it, I guess is the way to go. Probably the best way to say it, I'm not really offended by it. Like, it's not the most egregious thing I've ever seen. It's pretty shitty, but I mean, it's no Electronic Arts game. Destiny 2. I should have played that. I should have tried Destiny 2. I don't know if I would have liked it. A lot of my friends did play it. A lot of my friends did ask me to play it with them, but I don't know if I would have liked it. Like, I get it. It's a free-to-play game, right? I understand that you need to monetize. I get that. I'm not going to take that away from any game developer. But do it sensibly. Do it responsibly. In the wise words of the Australian gambling community, gamble responsibly. How you doing, Jane? Like, don't be assholes about it. And that's exactly what they've done. You finally made it big? Big? Me? Big? At what point was I ever considered big? I streamed D2 on Sunday, except D2 didn't start as a... D2? Ah, Destiny 2. Ah. I'm smart. Why you like this? Why are you like this? Thing about Destiny 2 is they deleted most of the content of the game? Really? That's what I'm also annoyed by? Okay. Let's have a yarn about that. What did they yoink? I'm curious now. I don't know what walls I haven't cleaned. One more. Where's the wall?
Get cute 6,200.
Get cute, welcome in. How you doing? For the follow. Super stupid. D2 started removing old season content when new came out. Oh, that sounds poopy. Original story and every DLC people played for because they made new DLC. Oh my god, they removed paid DLC? No! You can't do that. That's fucking scummy. No. Oh, that's not right. That's fucking shit. And that's why we need Stop Killing Games. That's all I'm saying. I know that's not what Stop Killing Games is about, but, you know, Let's expand to stop killing paid DLC. What the fuck? Let's just clean the bungalow. Yeah, that's shitty. I would not fucking... I'm a PlayStation player too, so it costs my husband and I about $400 per year to play Destiny 2. Shit. What currency is that? 400 what? Would you like to know what happened to your dad's car? What happened to your dad's car? $100 each for the game and all the seasons. Then you have to give the PS Plus. 100 US. Jesus. I should probably cancel my PlayStation Plus because I think that's still going and I don't have a PlayStation that actually works. It got in an accident. Thank you for the follow, boy. The serpent
just followed.
Welcome in, welcome in. Then extra for the seasonal special events, Halloween, etc. That's scummy, man. I feel really shitty for you. That's the sort of shit I hate hearing. I hate hearing shit like that. And I will fucking slag any game off that does that. That is absolute scum behavior. You have to pay taxes on it there? Yeah, that's fair. I forget your taxes are weird. But Tibs, wait. What have I done? What did I do? I didn't do anything. They're bringing back the old content? Do you have to fucking pay for it again? You have to rebuy all of it? If they fucking did that to me, I would be fucking not a happy bean. I'm not a big streamer, but if I was a big streamer, that is the sort of shit I would be talking about on blast for like a week. I'd be having like Destiny therapy sessions in here. Destiny 2 therapy sessions for everybody affected. Come in, complain. Tell me your horror stories. Yeah, that's shitty. If they actually do that, I don't know if that's what they're doing or if you're just having a piss take, but yeah, if that's what they're actually doing, that's scummy. That's EA level scum. It's not even EA level scum. I would say that's Bethesda level scum, actually. Bethesda would do that. That's why we have 5 versions of Skyrim. It's legit. Yeah, no, that's fucking shit, man. That's not okay. Ow! I'm not surprised, just to be clear, but it's shitty. It's very shitty. And especially with people like Drifted Twisted Sister, who, you know, double dips for both themselves and their husband. That's fucking shitty. Like, I can think of nothing worse than like doing something with my partner as a couple and investing like heaps of money into playing it, and then they're just like, we're gonna remove this DLC that you paid for, but you can buy it back from us again later on. Like, that would ruin it. That would fucking ruin it for me. They're reducing some Warframe assembly times. That's great to me. I haven't played Warframe since it was in since it was a Kickstarter. I wonder how many people remember that Warframe was actually a Kickstarter. I think Warframe is a good game. It's not for me. I don't like it, but that's a personal thing. It is not because the game is bad or anything like that. It's just not my kind of game. It's just not for me. Tibs, Warframe is significantly different than it was when I played it. My issue was that it was too arcadey when I played it. That was my issue with it. It's probably the same reason I probably wouldn't like Destiny from what I've seen of it. There's a lot of games like that that I like the look of, and I think that they're good games. Well, the ones I played, I should say. But they're just not my kind of game. It wasn't anything to do with the story. I
regret nothing. I lived a few men.
Kickatmich 101 just raided with 8 viewers.
Thank you for the 50 bits and thank you for the raid, Kickatmage. Welcome in, raiders. How you guys doing? So much to do at Destiny 2 and not enough time in the day. Grind all season, get numerous side quests done. Leave them to take it out and give us totally new.
Just followed.
Gross. Icky. Whack. Kickatmage 201. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. And thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. What were you guys up to? join Discord. Welcome to the Discord. To the humble little Discord. The humble. Super EB. We were up to Finding of Isaac. Repentance, Super EB. Had some good fun today. That is good to hear. Glad to hear you had fun. That's what's important. Finding of Isaac. That's a game I haven't heard of for a long time. Had a game who lived and breathed that. Warframe has a dedicated dating sim baked into it now. What the hell, man? Why does Warframe need a dating sim? Seems a little bit much. How's the power washing? The power washing is going okay. I'm mostly just yapping. So I'm yapping with a side of power wash. Every now and then somebody talks about something and I gotta pull up a web browser. I'm not sure a game like Warframe needed a dating sim in it, but hey ho, to each his own, I guess. They added a new romance. That seems so strange to me. Soon they will add food delivery service and suddenly you're stuck in Warframe 24/7. Hell yeah. War Dash. I'm funny. It's there for plot reasons. Everybody loves the plot. They had Pizza Hut delivered in the World of Warcraft, remember? Did they? That was a long time ago. Wardash sounds like a war delivery service to your front door. Yeah, it was the best I had. The best I had at the minute I thought of it, alright. The salt mine was turned into a treatment center for people with asthma. Jesus. Working into salt mines. I don't think I have the time to sort of do something like that anyway. I'm trying very, very, very hard. Oh yeah, the Pandaren Express. Yeah. I do remember that. In Poland, you say? Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm trying to convince myself to try and play Final Fantasy XIV again, just so I have a more, like, constant game to play instead of just sort of jumping from game to game every week. But I haven't played 14 in, like, 6 years, so I log in now and I'm just like, well, I don't know what to fucking do. So, yeah, I don't actually think that's gonna amount to actually anything at all. Because I don't think I'm gonna be able to actually orientate myself, and I need to stop saying actually. That's really weird. I don't know why I just got myself into that loop. That was a weird loop. That was a weird loop, actually. America has something like Wardash with pack, get gun stuff delivered to your home. Probably. I'd believe it. You've never played that Final Fantasy? I played Final Fantasy XIV for a long fucking time. A long fucking time. I stopped playing it originally because I didn't have time to play it. I got super busy. Definitely 3,000 plus days. I got super busy with work and I just did not have the time to play it. A pint. burnout is real. It was more, no, I didn't really get burnt out from it. It's just that, like I was doing like 16-hour days basically at the time, more or less, 15 to 16-hour days. And I just couldn't keep up with the constant weekly grind. Like I'd get home and I was fucking knackered and I wanted to go to sleep. I didn't want to sit there and do fucking dungeon runs. You know, and even if I did want to do dungeon runs, you know, I want to do it lazily as a DPS, and fucking DPS queues were like fucking an hour. It's just, you know, I didn't want to do that shit. And I gave up one day. I'm just like, I'm not doing this anymore. It just wasn't worth it to me. So I put it down. I was naked? What do you mean I was naked? The main story quest is at the bottom of your priorities? I don't even know where the main story quest is! They just dunked me in the city and I'm just like, okay, this is my life now, I guess. All I can think is I would be like crack in Final Fantasy XIV as a healer main. I used to play healer quite a lot. Now which healer I played depended on the expansion pack, because every expansion pack they changed the healers, so, you know, I liked them differently each expansion pack. The last time I played Scholar. I said naked, right? I did not say that. If I did say that, I don't know why I would have said it. I started off as a white mage, and then I swapped to Astrologian because I fucking loved the cards. And then they changed the cards on me to like stupid default cards, and I'm like, this is stupid. So I stopped playing Astrologian and I moved to Scholar because Scholar got a really cool one. Scholar got like a whole bunch of tools that were really good to use, and I was just like, this is really fun. I'm playing Scholar now. I still did play White Mage from time to time because, you know, just wanted to mix it up, but primarily, yeah, I was playing Scholar at that point in time. And that was about where I ended. I stopped playing right around the time they were rebuilding the city in wherever the fuck it is. I don't remember what it's called. In the Church People's Town. Thank you for the headbats. You said you were really tired and ran home naked? That is definitely not what I said. I made the mistake of BLM. I'm sticking with it because my headcanon at this point is the character is that. That's a big commitment. Black Mage got really complicated. You know, random thing, even though I'm likely not going to touch Make or Break anymore, I'm still going to get those Aquila and Narukami figures when they come out. I probably will get the Aquila figure, honestly. I don't think I'll get anything else. Maybe a Stego if they release it, because, you know, I... Stego, but... I don't know, man. It's going to be really hard to convince myself to play Make or Break. I already had issues with the game, and they're just exacerbating them now, so... It's unfortunate because, like, I was hyped for that game, but how do you keep hyped about a game when they're just babying their child, I guess? For the uninitiated, playing Black Mage is super mega complicated and unable to use macros. That is absolutely correct. That is the sum of it. And if... Wait. You forgot the fun part, George Orgalaw. If you fuck your rotation up, you've got to start the whole fucking process over from scratch. You lose like 2 minutes of damage because you've got to start over again. Black Mage is the most rewarding and frustrating class there is, honestly. I do. I played Black Mage damage main for a little while, right towards the end. I used to play as Bard for a long time, but then they changed the Bard, so it was like really, really weak. They nerfed the shit out of Bard, and I'm just like, well, this is poo. Like, Bard was never a top damage dealer, but, you know, it was good. But yeah, then I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna challenge myself, and I played Black Mage for a while, and it was fun. Frustrating, but it was fun. Ley lines. Yes, stand in this one particular spot, and if anything makes you move, start over, friend, start over. Dauntless was a game I liked. They changed so much in one update, and all the resources from farming were pointless. Now, this is going to be an interesting take. But I've been talking about this so much in my own circle, so I'm going to have this conversation here. I've actually been considering playing WoW Classic lately. I've been thinking about it very hard. Knack followed by the word Ed. I don't recall saying. Then again, I don't remember what comes out of my mouth half the time. So what is the appeal of Classic? Nostalgia. Me pretending that me going back to it. Oh, got home knackered. Okay. Is that what I said? Knackered. Right. Okay, yeah. So knackered means tired in Australian. Yeah, so the rhyme and reason for me going back to everyone that we probably won't be able to talk each other if the law is enforced. How do I spell that? N-A-C-K-E-R-E-D. Or if you're particularly broken, you remove the C and use two Ks. Yes, so nostalgia is the reason, because I am pretending that if I go back and play WoW Classic, it's gonna give me back all of those feelings I felt back in 2000 and whatever it was when I played WoW Classic. And I totally am gonna have all those nostalgic feelings without all the friends that I had when I played World of Warcraft. It's literally just nostalgia. That's all it is. Australia, a Canadian here. I'm curious if you've seen the King on any money. No. I have not seen the King on any money. I'm not even sure they put out like a limited coin with the King's face on it. Maybe. There would have had to have been a coin put out with the King's face on it. They do limited coins all the fucking time, so there'd have to be one. No, we've still got the queen on all ours. I doubt they'll recirculate, so. We don't really get much new money redone, you know? So, I don't know. I reckon he'll be dead before we start seeing a king on anything. I reckon we'll have Will on our coins before anything. Will? Charles? I don't know. I'm gonna blame you for the fact that Sweet Az is now a permanent fixture in your vernacular. Exactly. What's wrong with Sweet Az? We don't have any monarch on any of our note currency. The monarchs are not on our notes. The monarchs are only on the back of our coins. Did you just say I reckon that is a back east thing? What? I don't know what I'm saying, man. I could be saying whatever it is you reckon I'm saying, but I don't actually know. Maybe. I don't want to do any of those. No, we used to have the queen on our 5, but I don't think she's on the 5 anymore. I don't think I have a new... Hang on. Hang on. Let me go get my wallet real quick. I'm gonna go and have a look at the queens still on our 5s. I'll be back. Give me a minute. Okay, so as it turns out, I don't have any 5s. I don't have any 5s, so I don't know. I can't answer the question. She used to be on our 5s. Your Aussie is much more discernible than mine. People don't hear mine as well as... until I get pissed off. I don't get angry, typically. I just stared disappointedly at people. I've been trying to let the Aussie out a lot more lately, though. Like, I'm pretty bad, but because I started talking to a lot of people overseas, like, a lot of people couldn't understand me, so I'm just like, I need to tone this back a little bit, otherwise I'm just constantly gonna have to repeat myself over and over and over. But recently I'm just like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna fucking run with this, and if somebody doesn't understand me, well, that's their problem. I don't think we have the queen on our 5s anymore. We used to have the queen on our 5s, but I don't think she is anymore. I'm pretty sure it's somebody else now. So it's only our coinage that the queen's on. Aussie isn't hard to understand. She's on your 20s. I would, as I said this earlier, I know I did, but I think that fucking Will will be king before we get anything. Honestly, I reckon if we find Charles, if I find Charles on something, on a coin, I'll fucking keep that bastard. I don't care if it's a fucking 5-cent coin. I will keep that thing because it'll be worth money someday. Some fucking lunatic. That said, I know they did want to get the monarchy off our coins as well, but I don't think anybody could really decide who to put on the fucking coins, so that idea just kind of died. Wish the turn speed on the console was as fast as PC. I couldn't do this on a controller, I'd go mad. I think the other reason that we don't... The other reason that I don't think that they're gonna do anything is because nobody actually cares here. It's like, yeah, we're a part of the Commonwealth, but nobody really cares. Like, we're just like, eh, alright, cool. It's just a thing. Playing on controller with stick drift and the left stick going forward. Stick drift is what makes people become axe murderers. Stick drift creates murderers, not violent games, not internet corn. Stick drift. Bad ping also helps, that is true. Where are you not clean, chair? I know where you're not clean, but I don't really want to try and clean underneath you, so you're just gonna have to deal with me spraying the shit out of you. That's it, giving you the 5-second latency I had during travels. No! I decline your 5-second latency. We're pretty weird about what's on our money. 1 cent maple leaf, 5 cent beaver, 10 cent a sailboat, blue nose, it's a whale deal. 25 cent Karibo, dollar a loon. Do you have the monarch on the back? Is that, like, that's the same as ours? Like, on the front you've got something, and then on the back you've got the monarch? That's how our cash is. Well, our coins, sorry. Playing this with a 5-second latency would be so bad. Can you just imagine going just like this, and then you've got to wait 5 seconds for the line to catch up with the stream? That'd be like... on every coin, I think? Yeah, okay. That's fair. Yeah, no, on our coins we have different things. They were trying to redo our coins not that long ago. I don't really understand what they want to do. I don't know, man. People have got nothing better to do with their lives, honestly. Like, it's fucking currency. Nobody looks at it, please. It's fair enough if you do, like, commemorative coins and shit. Because, you know, they're commemorative coins and people will actually care about what's on them, but... just your everyday use coins, nobody gives a fuck what is on it. Like, I don't even know what the fuck is on our coins, honestly. I think our 5-cent coin is like an echidna at 10 cent. I don't know what's on our fucking coins. I think 50-cent coins is the coat of arms. Like, man, I don't look at this shit. As long as the fucking cashier takes it, I don't give a shit what's on it. It can be fucking... I don't know. It could be the #1 fucking OnlyFans girl for the year. I don't care, you know? As long as the bloke behind the register takes it, I don't care. Fat ass wizard cat casts check engine light. Oh no. Because a controller moving the aim as slow as balls. That's shitty. Aussie Bogan versus American Hillbilly cage match. That would be wild. See, I don't carry loose change either. Like, I carry notes. That's it. And even then, I rarely carry notes, so... It's almost 2 a.m., so I'm gonna go get ready to eat. Alright, Kit Kat. I appreciate the raid as always. Thank you for sharing your community. And I hope you get the good eeps. I hope the eepy monster comes to take you away. I'd pay to watch that fight, wouldn't you? I reckon it'd be weird. That'd be a weird fight. Last comment I'll say is keep a quarter in my pocket. I keep a quarter in my pocket so I don't fly away. I'm too light. Oh no. Hey, welcome in, Laura. How are you? I hope you are good. But yeah, I did genuinely want to get back into Final Fantasy. I don't know if I'll be able to. And I don't want to start over from scratch. Like, I don't want to grab a new character and just be like, yeah, I'm fucking doing this from scratch, just so I know where the fuck I am, because I'll play the game for like 3 days and I'll just be like, no, this is shit. I'm not doing this anymore. I installed Mafia again and got a little bit into modding it. Oh no, you're not modding again, are you? Mods do help, but come on, Laurie. Go crazy with them mods. You need to ease up. I'm a happy modding girl. I know you're a happy modding girl, but Jesus Christ. Moderation, moderation. Why are you no clean? Maybe I have to do the outside as well. I'm probably going to track down MSQ and just do that for a bit to get back in 14. That's what my original plan was, and I fucking had no idea where I was. I was just absolutely directionless. And the prospect of leveling like several new classes, because I think there's like 3-4 new classes now since I played last. I'm just like, man, that just does not sound fun. I've talked to a few Aussies, and no matter how much I look, there's not that different. It's pretty much the same. You guys are just the Fire Nation. Fire Nation? Hey, we haven't had a good fire for a couple of years now. What do you mean? I can handle negative 30 problem, but plus 30 makes me feel like I'm about to die. I hear it's hot there. At the moment, you'd be comfy. We've been getting... Antarctica has been sharing its love with us recently, so you'd be right at home here. Fucking freezing. I'm freezing my tits off today. But yes, in summer it gets just a little bit hot. Just a little bit. It totally doesn't get to 40 degrees Celsius here. I can hear colors, Tibs. They want chicken. Tell the colors that chicken is not a valued resource here. This is a no chicken zone. We don't eat featherin'. Featherin' are not foods. Thank you for the stretch, Shade. Depends on where the Aussie is from. Yeah, that's true. I mean, where I live, we have a huge swing of weather, but if you're over in, like, Western Australia has pretty standardly hot weather. I just live in one of those areas where, you know, depending on what it... Ow! Why you like this? Why you abuse me? There's a chicken on my head. I just live in one of those areas that has like really severely fluctuating weather. The colors have spoken, Tibs. No, we're not. The colors are wrong. I reject the colors. I reject thee. I am the swoopy boy. The colors do not have authority here. What if you moved to Darwin? It's 27 degrees there. I would not recommend anybody go to Darwin. You don't live near those giant huntsman spiders, do you? They live everywhere here. We live with the huntsmans. They don't live with us. Australia is actually the territory of the fucking big spider. We just rent it off them. What do we got? Everyone acclimates though, right? 4 degrees is perfect t-shirt weather here. It's been single digits here for a while, so you'd love it. You don't want to be associated with the red, white, and blue? France. Have you ever had one in my house? Yeah, I fucking nearly constantly have them in my house. I don't get rid of them. They eat shit. They're good. I leave them. As long as they're eating shit, I don't care. What about Canberra, Tibs? Canberra's a fucking hole, literally. Because everything's built in roundabouts. Like, it's just big roundabouts. It's a circle, so it's just a big butthole. And everything's very expensive in Canberra. Crowd's been renting from the Huntsmans all along. It's my joke. Our joke. Have I dealt with snakes? No, not really. Sort of. I mean, I had a neighbor that had a big terrarium in his backyard. Like, he used to keep his snake out in the backyard. And his snake got out one day and had a little bit of a wander and ended up in my yard. So that's the only time I've really dealt with a snake. Where I am is a little bit too... I'm too much in the middle of a built-up area to deal with snakes. Just kidding, but whenever somebody says a good red, white, and blue, I give them Viva la France. Yeah, I hit them with France, and then I just start going through a list of countries that have red, white, and blue flags. There's only like 10 Pacific Island nations with red, white, and blue flags. I'm sweet ass. You can do this all fucking day. Thank you for the hydrate. So no, when I was a kid, apparently snakes used to come in through here, but it's too urbanized now. The whole area is just built right up, so snakes do not come down here. But no, there's... I wouldn't say there's constantly spiders in my house, because that is definitely not accurate, but there is frequently spiders in my house. And I'm completely okay with that, honestly. Like I said, you have a huntsman in your house and every so often you see like a cockroach shell or something. Some sort of bug shell. As a gift, a token, rent, call it whatever you want. What we got? 30 more seconds. Aren't huntsman spiders the size of dogs? Oh, yeah, like a teacup chihuahua, yeah. They're pretty big. You feed them dogs. Imagine, if you will, Tibs, a huntsman comes to present you his rent for the month and he's 2 cockroach shells short. Motherfucker, you're going outside into the kookaburras. Yeet. That's the threat, man. You fucking fess up your cockroach shells or you get thrown out to the kookaburras or the magpies. As those stupid fuckers stare inside with their big dumb heads. So one can eat your entire hand off? Pretty much, yeah. They're alright. Everybody gives them a bad rap, man. They're just big, 6-legged puppies. I wish spiders were big enough to ride like a horse. That'd be wild. As long as it's on a leash, I think you'd be alright to walk it. Should be right. One cartoon Spider Riders. You know the funniest part about you guys having said that, though, honestly, is that it's still law in Australia that, like, horses and stuff have to be fed and watered by, like, pubs. If you, like, not that many people can fucking ride a horse because there's not that many horses around these days, but if you take a horse to a fucking pub, like, it's law that they have to feed and water the horse. So, under the assumption that you probably could ride a spider, I would assume that it would be law that that pub owners would have to feed and water the spider as well. I do feel like, if I'm being bizarrely honest, that I may buckle under the weight of wanting to play Warcraft Classic. That is... Eesh. What is my cutoff time? My cutoff time? Yeah, my usual streams are 3 to 4 hours. Unless I'm feeling shitty, and then it's like a minimum of 2. I usually go for a minimum of 2 hours. These just chatting streams kind of go for as long as they go for. Like, I think last week we were yapping for, what, 5 hours? So yeah, I don't typically have like a set cutoff timer. I have like a minimum of 2 hours, I guess, is one way to consider a cutoff time. But yeah, no, I don't typically have like a... If I'm sitting there having a good talk and you guys are just happy having a good talk, then yeah, I mean, I'll sit here and talk for like 5 or 6 hours, but as long as I have nothing else to do, of course. But it's am I still off solids? I am. It's true, I will talk myself hoarse. I will talk myself hoarse. It is a fucking horrific bleh. What the fuck am I even trying to English? Habit. That's the word I'm after. It's a horrific habit. I'm just getting into the chatting streams. I was concerned it was going to be people simping. I just wanted to do it just chatting stream because I wanted people to come in and just have a chat about mostly game related stuff, obviously, but you know, or anything that sort of relates to games. Today we yapped about some group that's causing havoc with Steam, which is a little political, but at the same time it's related to games, so we let it go. Would I like a dino nuggy shake? No, what is wrong with you people? But yeah, I am still off solids, but I am getting better. I have meds here. I pick up the med packet and wave it around as though you guys can actually see it. Oh shit. I have meds. I am being treated. I'm feeling a lot better than I was, comparatively speaking. I still have good days and bad days. Am I sick? Yeah, I am sick. I'm broken. I'm broke. But, yeah. So, I don't know, maybe give me another week or two and I should be good, just given the nature of what it is. It's not a... Unfortunately, it's not a quick fix problem, but I am at least getting better, so that's a start. I want to start one of these fucking big jobs. You better get better. I'm getting better, alright? But Tibs, I made the Dino Nuggy Shake fresh just for you. I had to milk the chicken for it. What the fuck, man? Why are you milking a chicken? I'm gonna hate myself, but we're gonna do this. But yeah, well, as far as what goes on in streams though, like tomorrow I said I'm going to be doing Arc Nights. I'm going to do the Arc Nights event. And then I don't know what I'm going to do on Thursday. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Because the Arc Night event is not going to take me 2 days, so. I've been doing StarCraft 2 co-op recently, so maybe I'll do StarCraft 2 co-op. I'm not sure. Hey, Nia. Who knows? Maybe just maybe I will play Warcraft. Oh, Since you're sick, who's taking care of the chocolate factory? I got you. Wait, what? You got me a chocolate factory? I want chocolate. Actually, I've been eating a lot of shit lately because there's a lot of shit that is actually, you know, soft and squishy. So... yeah, my health has been horrible. Chicken milk is essential for milkshakes? I am disturbed. Why? I have so many questions. I'm disturbed. Disturbed and perturbed. I just want to say that this job was nowhere near as long as I thought it was going to take. I'm also going to say that I think it would be comical if I came back on fucking Thursday and was just like, so guys, we're doing Warcraft today. Tee-hee. How do you get a racing car this dirty? It's like a rally car, maybe, kind of. I was hoping that would take a bit longer than it did. Tibs, have you ever made a milkshake before? I have made a milkshake before. Pigeons, doves, flamingos all make milk for their young. I've never seen a baby pigeon. I'm not convinced they exist. I don't really want to start like a huge job. I think this is a big job, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Baby pigeons are ugly. All baby birds are ugly, man. Baby magpies are fucking hideous things. Just gonna throw that out there. Baby magpies are the angriest looking little ugly fucks, although if I was as ugly as them, I would probably look that angry as well, honestly. But yeah. I still need to, I don't know, I'm trying to talk myself out of playing Warcraft again because I suspect that I'm gonna hate myself if I do. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, man, I really would like to get back into it. If only to relive the nostalgia. The other thing is too, I think they do their servers in waves, so I would need to try and find like a newer server so that I wouldn't be dumped into, because like I just saw the news and on one of their server clusters they just released Anchorage. It will feel very lackluster compared to your nostalgia. I tried it about a year ago. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that I'm going to jump back into it, and I know, like, I'm aware that my nostalgia is the reason I want to do it. Like, I make no small secret of that, and I have this sneaking suspicion that I'm going to jump back into it. I'll play it for, like, not a day. I'll give it more than a day. I'll play it for like a week, and I will just be like, this is a bit shit. I think the only thing that could actually like 110% cement me playing it again was if one guy in particular that I used to play it with actually started playing with me. That would 100% cement it. Just because I would fucking kill to relive my time with that bloke again. Because that was a lot of fun. You just have to gaslight yourself into believing it's good. I can't imagine it's much different. I imagine it's a little different, but I can't imagine it's totally different from how I remember it. It's just, you've got to remember with nostalgia, there's a lot that goes into that nostalgia, and just the game itself, is not gonna like compensate for the nostalgia. You've got to remember that it's the people you played with, those initial very first memories you had. Like, they're not going to be brand new memories for me. They're just going to be me kind of dipping my toes back into water that I remember. So yeah, it's, I don't know. I would like to do it. I just don't know if, like I said, I mean, I could always just resub for like a month or something. I don't know how much the subscription fee is. I'm not actually in touch. Oh, that's not true. I say I'm not in touch with anybody I used to play WoW with. That is not true. I don't have active communication with them. Like, if I wanted to talk to them, I could. Like, I still have all their contact details. Most of them have fucking families and shit now. Most of them ain't got time for MMOs. The other thing is, I was thinking, like, if I just maybe sub for like a month, just get it out of my system, and then just never play it again, maybe? I don't know. Because I don't think I have to buy the game again. I don't think. I think it's just a resub deal. I could be very wrong, but... Because that would also play a very determining factor as to whether I had to. If I had to buy the game all over again, I would probably be very apprehensive about it. MMOs are like drugs. Yeah, they are a bit. Depends on the MMO. Some are definitely like drugs. Some are very lazy. Like, I haven't really heard of a lot of people get too heavy into, like, say, Guild Wars, for example. I think Guild Wars is a very relaxed environment. If I said I was just going to do a bit to get it out of my system, you might raise an eyebrow. Listen here. I don't like how you twisted my words. I like how you twisted the connotation. If they have a free trial, that'd be awesome. I just don't know if I'd enjoy it, honestly. Like, I would probably have fun for like 5 minutes, and then after 5 minutes, I'd just... Probably, I don't really, because it's not new. Like, once that nostalgia fix has been dealt with, it's just... It's all downhill from there, unfortunately. Because you know exactly what's... Not so much coming, like you don't know what's coming. No, I remember all that. I definitely have not forgotten that. I remember all of it. I'm just poking fun. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV was out of control for me for a while there, so I'm not in a place to judge. I don't feel like I got out of control on 14. I feel like I did get out of control on World of Warcraft. I'll be real. World of Warcraft was it for me. I did a number of things that I look back on now, and I'm just like, I'm not proud of myself for. I made some very immature life choices when I was playing World of Warcraft. That's the one big thing for me, is that I know that if I want to play World of Warcraft, I'm going to have to level each fucking class I want to play from scratch. And it's not going to be like 14 where I'm just like, well, I want to start a new class now. Just bam, pick up a new class and off we go. You just pick it up and run with it. And Warcraft, you got to start a whole new character. It's just... It's poopy. It's not the one. And I mean, I do have time at the moment to play an MMO, so it's not... Time is not the concern I have. Thankfully. But it's more, do I really want to invest my time in that? Like, the time I do have, do I want to invest it in an MMO? And like I mentioned before, I've been trying to get back into 14, and you know, 14, I just feel very pressured when I do 14, I guess. I don't know why, but I always felt pressured when I played Final Fantasy XIV. And now that I have absolutely no idea where I'm up to in 14, I feel even more pressured every time I log in. I kind of wish that I could wait until the next expansion pack comes out, because They just released the patch that 14 just got is the last patch of this expansion pack. They've said that. So a part of my brain is like, well, just wait until they release the new expansion pack. Buy the booster that just sort of knocks you up so that you're in line with the current expansion pack, so you don't need to worry about where you're supposed to be. Like, everybody will be there, so you'll fucking know where you're supposed to be. You're not gonna get dumped in an empty city trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, you know? Because right now in Final Fantasy, there's like 3 new cities or something, 3 new whole fucking cities, 3 fucking whole new zones, and all of them are fucking empty for me, and I have no bloody clue where the hell I'm supposed to go. And so yeah, a part of me is just sitting there thinking, well, you know, wait until the next expansion pack comes out, just pick up the booster, that'll boost you forward. Voila, I know where I am. Everybody's there. I'm not entirely behind everybody. I'm not trying to learn a brand new game straight away. And, well, it's not a brand new game. I'm not trying to learn the game again while everybody else has been doing it for months.
Abu_motlak_KSA just followed.
Abu Moglak Kasar, welcome in. How you doing? Thank you for the follow, by the way. I like both. I like different things about both games, if I'm honest. 14 has, like, the single character thing is amazing. But there's things in World of Warcraft that I appreciate a lot more than I appreciate it in 14. I am good. So we'll see what happens. Maybe one stream you'll hop in and you'll just be like witnessing me playing fucking Warcraft. Then you can all be disappointed for me. As nostalgia wins. Because I really can't see myself getting back into 14. As much as I want to, I just can't see it happening. I would literally need somebody to come in and just baby me through where I am. Otherwise, I'm just going to get frustrated with it, and I'm just not going to have fun. Whereas I played enough vanilla WoW to know exactly what the fuck is going on, like, all the fucking time. It'd kind of be the same if they had, like, I guess a classic 14. You know, I would know exactly what was going on the whole fucking time. I'm absolutely not suggesting that Final Fantasy do that. Please, dear God, don't do that to me. But I don't think I would go back and do it again if they did do it, honestly. The idea of leveling all those classes again. See, that's the other thing, too, in 14 at the moment. Because they've added 3 or 4 new classes since I played last, and the idea of having to level new classes again is just... it's demoralizing. There's no other word for it. It's the one demoralizing thing I actually hate about 14. It's every new expansion pack. They're like, here, have new fucking classes. And I'm just, I don't want new classes. I've just max leveled everything and you're giving me more. And you've given me a new expansion pack. So I've got to level all the new classes from whatever you throw them in at. And then I need to level my own classes again. All of them my own classes, and half of them I fucking hate, so... yeah. They do keep boosting up what they start at, and they do keep, to their credit, thankfully, they do keep adding new ways to level. New classes, which I do appreciate, but I feel that it's not enough. I'm sure Yoshi P would disagree with me, but... that's an opinion I've had for a long time, and I don't think that opinion's gonna go anywhere. Some people like the grind. I hate the grind. I don't know. Maybe it's like the dopamine hit from accomplishment and stuff. I don't feel accomplished in that game. Like, after I get my first character to whatever the level cap is, I'm like, I'm happy, I'm good, I'm glad, you know, everything's good. Then I move on to the second character, like my healer or whatever it is. Then I move on to DPS, and by the time you've done this 6 times, plus all the job that you've got to do, the job specialization, like the job levels, which is another god knows how many, 6, 7. By the time you're done with all that, you just want to fucking throttle someone. All the crafters, all the gatherers, it's too much. And then to stay relevant in 14, you have to then do the weekly mission, you've got to do weekly dungeon caps, you've got to do weekly crafting caps. It's too much. And that's what really prevents me from going back to 14, is knowing that there's so much that you have to do to stay relevant. In whatever chosen field you decide you wish to do, or side job you wish to do. It's horrible. I think I like the concept of it, I do, and I do understand the concept of it. Like, it's very clearly give people things to do, so the content has never run out. But to me, I just see it as like a way to artificially inflate the game, and I just... If you're new here, you probably never have heard me say it, but I don't like artificially inflating games. I think it's a very poor way to extend a game's lifespan. And yes, you could argue, well, it's something to do, or it's, you know, an easier way so that you don't have to raid or do anything else. But the problem was, at least close to when I stopped playing, they started adding, they did it in Warcraft as well, so that you were able to see other people's gear, and they added like a gear score of some descriptor. And I know that people were starting to get really, really elitist about it. And I'm not saying that everybody does it, I'm just saying that that is a contributing factor to ensuring that everything stays where it's supposed to stay. Especially if you're trying to level for several jobs, like, you really need to stay on top of those weeklies. So you can do whatever your 25-man run bit of loot for the week is, and then you do your dungeon run tokens, whatever they're called. I don't remember. They change. Artifacts or things. I don't know what they're called. But you do those every week. And then in 3 weeks' time or something, or a month's time, you can get one bit of gear. It's fucking horrific. It is horrific. But yeah, it's I just feel like 14 had way too much. And, you know, I kind of... I get the point of giving it so much, but the problem I had was that you constantly felt like you had to be doing it all, otherwise you were letting yourself, like, you were basically hamstringing yourself. WoW definitely did not have as much. WoW had its endgame raid that you could do once a week after you'd cleared it. And then it had, well, this was in vanilla anyway. They had a 40-man and a 25-man that you could do once a week, or a 20-man. Was it 20 or 20? I think it was 20. That you could do once a week, and then that was it. There weren't even sockets when I played. There was enchantments, but there were no sockets when I played. No, no. Note. I do not ever remember there being sockets. I only remember enchantments. And even then, I mean, why would you do them all? Get somebody else to do it for you. Do your one job. What's the point of being in an MMO? The point of doing it in a big group. Somebody else does it for you. Like, all I remember farming for the Crusader enchantment, man. That was fucking 4 days of farming for that. Certainly not feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Why are you certainly not feeling it, Mr. Krabs? What have you done? I didn't actually play... I don't think I played Burning Crusade through to its end. Either, now that I think about it. I think I took a break towards the end of Burning Crusade and then came back in Wrath of the Lich King. I think. I took a lot of breaks from World of Warcraft. Because I remember I got very pissed off that my, like, endgame raid gear was replaced at level 65. I think it was 65. Because they said that it was not going to be replaced until, like, the end, like level 70 or something. And then it was just like, yes, level 65 quest reward here. Here is something that is better than the fucking weapon you have from an endgame boss. Thumbs up, guys. Thanks for lying. Might be mild food poisoning. Why are you poisoning your foods? I was there for the launch of Lich King. I know that. I probably came back for Lich King, if I'm honest. I actually really enjoyed Lich King. I played a lot of Shaman in Lich King. That was good. I enjoyed that. Elemental Shaman was fucking beast mode in that. I think I mained my Shaman through Lich King. What I played of it, I didn't play through the whole fucking thing, but... And I think, I'm pretty sure I stopped playing Wrath of the Lich King, actually, because when I was doing dungeon runs, we used to do this weekly dungeon run for just... There was a core group and then there were like drop-ins to fill the rest. And it was... I needed something off the second last boss, right? And for whatever reason, we usually did this fucking sweet as every week. And for whatever reason on this particular week, we were just not having a time of it. I ended up late for work because I fucking committed too hard to this raid, for one. And the item I needed did in fact drop. And the agreement was that I would stay there and finish the run. If the item dropped, then I got it. No questions asked. That was the commitment, because if I left, they wouldn't have had a fucking solid tank. It actually may have been off the last boss, now that I'm thinking about the story in more detail. Anyway, the item did drop, and this motherfucker rolled for it, and ended up getting it. And I was late for work by an hour, 2 hours. And after that, I just stopped playing. I was just too pissed off. I just fucking got up and walked away and just said, nope, I'm not doing it anymore. Find yourselves a new tank. I'm pretty sure at the time I pretty much said, get that cunt to do it then. Like, that was the one agreement, was yes, I have to go to work, but I will call them and tell them that I'm going to be late. But if the item I'm after drops, it's mine. Full stop. That's my condition of staying. And yeah, they gave it... Well, they didn't give it to somebody else because it wasn't loot mastered. It was like drop, roll on drop, like normal loot. And yeah, this absolute maggot rolled for it. And ended up getting the roll, and I'm just like, well... Yep. Yeah. And as you can probably tell, given I still remember this, I'm totally not still salty about it. fucking 10 years later, however long it was. I don't think it would have been 10. No, it'd be more than that. It would be like fucking 15 years later. World of Warcraft. How long has World of Warcraft been out for? It came out in 2003 or something, didn't it? No, it can't have been 2003. That seems too early. I know they released expansion packs every 2 years. So if Lich King was 08, then yeah, it must have been 04. Because they did that like clockwork. Every 2 years was an expansion pack. You must decide if you use your personal time off on Wednesday night or not. Depends on if you got something going on, Balian. I didn't start in the first year either. I think I started in 05 as well. I don't know what month of 05, but I'm pretty sure it was 05. It was not year one. I know that for a fact. Is there a ladder? Yes. Started during Anchorage 40. I did not start during Anchorage 40. I was a part of the gate opening event, so I was fully raid geared by then, so I don't know. Ended up not raiding it at all until Burning Crusade. Yeah, no, we were raiding it when it came out, so. Because there was a big race on who was going to get the first clear on the Horde side on our server. And there was only, I mean, when I say big race, there was only 2, I think, maybe 3 at that time, raiding guilds. I want to say there was 3. Horde side. The Alliance got it like fucking week 1. But there was a rumor going around that there were fucking Blizzard devs on the Alliance side on our server, so. I don't know if that is true. It was just a rumor. There was a lot of account sharing on the one of the other Horde raiding teams as well. Like apparently they were some of the people were sharing accounts with Alliance characters on our server, and they were giving them like help and advice and stuff. That much is true. I do know that was true. I don't know why they struggled so much. Maybe it's because they didn't have paladins back then. Maybe that was why they were struggling so much. Because they did... I remember back then they had to make huge, drastic changes in strategy between having Horde and Alliance, like paladins or shaman. Like, I remember how we had to do some clears were night and day by comparison of how Alliance were able to do it. A lot of our clears had to be brute forced by the shaman, as opposed to Alliance, who could just use paladins. Base tank paladin. I know a lot of the Horde side complained about it because apparently a lot of the endgame raiding dungeons were really easy with paladins, but even thinking back on it now, like, whether or not it was easier, I wouldn't trade those shaman for the world, honestly. I loved our shaman. They were all fantastic. Our shaman were all such creative and, like, intuitive people. They were the ones who did the bulk of the planning for, like, how we did most of our clears, because obviously, you know, we would have to work around the shaman, so. A lot of the strategies that we had, that we ended up coming up with and ended up using were a lot thanks to them just being creative. So, you know what? Fucking good on them. 10 out of 10 to all you lads. None of you still watch. What do you still watch? None of you watch me. I know none of you watch me, but you know what? Hey, Faye. How you doing? Hope you are well, Fabrino Licadina. Licanta. I don't know why I keep thinking it's Fabrino Licatina. I don't know, maybe I will. Maybe I'll just bite the bullet and do it, just to fucking feed myself. How am I? I'm not too bad. I've had a little bit of a headache all day, but if that's my biggest complaint, then you know what? It's not a bad day. I could very much be worse if that is the worst thing that's wrong with me. But yeah, I've got, what, 2 months to figure out whether or not I'm going to play 14 again, so. I have 2 months of subscription, so whether or not I actually make use of that 2 months, that's going to be another question altogether. Because yeah, this is my current 14 routine. I log in, I wander around aimlessly for 5 to 10 minutes, I log back out again. You're playing 14? I know you're playing 14, I've watched you. I have seen you. Break time? Hell yeah. Hey, Axo. What is going on? Doing all right? That is good to hear, bud. I really shouldn't have. Honestly, the only reason I've got this fucking Warcraft shit in my head is because I've been sucked back into the Pirate Software saga. Had I not been sucked back into that, I probably would have never fucking thought about playing Warcraft again. I blame that. Watching... my fucking thing just scrolled. Watching Power Wash made me want to play it again. Still need to do the DLCs. Power Wash is great for mindlessness. Power Wash is definitely the one. I am happy that they're making a sequel, honestly. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm very happy they're making a sequel. I would have been happy with continued DLC, but Tits is probably not crashed. Tits is probably having issues. Let me have a look. Yeah. Just disconnected again. It's only just updated the other day. This one must be fucking shit. Can you refund that E8, please, Shade? It will work now. I don't know how long it'll work for, but it should work now. Yeah, I got sucked up in the pirate software stuff. Particularly, more importantly, the World of Warcraft stuff. Because just recently it came out, like nearly all of the fucking... all the sides of it came out. Like, all of the viewpoints, and... yeah, I've been watching it just to see what happened, and you know, all of the nostalgia just flooded back. So, it's a thing. Except for the priest, they all sucked. The priest did a good job. They made one mistake, but at the time they made the mistake, I think it was too late. By the time they did make the mistake, I'm nigh certain that it was fucking done anyway. And even had they not done it, I'm pretty sure it would have finished the way it did. Extra $50 for the cheese wall. Buy something from the cheese wall. Praise the cheese gods. That is a good idea, yeah. You should wait, or maybe if you particularly wanted a new model or a new kit or something, you could look into that. Although I shouldn't be encouraging that. That's a deep rabbit hole that I shouldn't be encouraging anybody down. more hammer. There you go. That is totally a good investment. Yeah, no, they all made fucking huge mistakes in that. It was a disgusting game to watch it. Honestly, it was a disgusting pull. It was a disgusting run. I don't feel like anyone was in the right of that whole fucking thing, if I'm honest. I don't think Pirate Software did himself any favors by claiming whatever the fuck it was he was trying to claim, everything but responsibility. I know that for a fact. I don't think there was much he could have done. He could have done stuff, don't get me wrong, but I don't believe that he himself could have saved it. I don't know why people call him a roach, though. Like, I don't really know why roach is the word that we've gone to for people who fucking run away or look after themselves. I don't really know why roach is the one. Tim Tams. Yeah, there you go. Treat yourself. He could have done something, like, I don't... The problem was... Where he was, right? Okay, as the situation unfolded, there probably wasn't much that he could have done. But the thing is that had they actually been put into a situation where they got into a situation and recovered better than they did, he was nowhere to be found. So the problem was that, you know, if it had have got to the point where recovery was on the table, that motherfucker would have been on the next server, you know? And that's the part I take umbrage to. Is that, yes, as it turned out, as it transpired, yes, there was not much he could have done, but had the situation arisen, he would not have been in a position to do it. So, you know. Yes, I am gonna fucking call him out on that. Violet crumble ones? Hell yeah. Ow! Wow. That's a bear in my face. Why are you throwing things at me, Fabrina? Ow. I'm being abused. Why not? My poor face. Think about my poor face. I think Pirate Software had decent gear. I never had a mage in vanilla. I didn't level a mage until Burning Crusade, so my knowledge of mage gear of that tier is very underwhelming. But I know he had a lot of tools on his gear, so I am well aware that he could have done a lot more than he did. He had enchanting. He was the guild enchanter. Because his whole fucking inventory was full of enchanting materials. I kept looking at it thinking that's a wild career choice, but then again it's hardcore WoW, so I guess if you die and you lose all of it anyway, so... I mean... damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, but... I don't know. I would be tense if I was carrying all that shit on me. But yeah, he didn't help, I guess, is the bottom line. The real bottom line. He should have, he could have, he did not. The Druid, funnily enough, you know, you want to know the funniest part? For as much as the Druid did wrong, the funniest part is that the Druid just seems to be the most chill player of the whole group. Like, he at the end said it'd be nice if everybody would come back together and we could run the dungeon again together as a group again, just to show that we can do it. And I'm like, man, that's sportsmanship. That's good sportsmanship talk. I can appreciate that. You sweet, innocent summer child. So, I mean, I guess, yes, the Druid did everything wrong. But it is nice to see that, you know, at the end of the day, I suppose he wouldn't be saying that if he lost his own character, but actually, I think he did. Didn't the Druid die? I think the Druid died. I think it was the Priest and the Druid who died. Yeah, because the Warrior, the Rogue, and... yeah, okay. So, yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due. The guy come out of it with a good attitude. How's life treating me today? Life is treating me pretty good. How is life treating you? I hope life is treating you well. I was just never interested in Mage. Mage just seemed very boring to me, and even when I played it in Burning Crusade, it was not a very fun class. I mean, it was okay, because it was kind of like big numbers go burr, but it was a very boring class to play. Tired, it's 5 a.m. and you're still awake? That is no good. What is Tits by Rema Suri? So... you see from time to time when things get thrown at me or when people bonk me with the hammer. That is, so Tits is basically an application that allows that to happen. Yeah, like that. Thank you, Axo, for that wonderful demonstration. It exists to let chat bully the streamer? Yeah, that's basically the nutshell version of it. That is the very basic version of it. It's one of several plugins I have to run so that everything supposedly works the way it's supposed to work and doesn't, inevitably. No, we don't bully Tibs, we encourage Tibs. What, you encourage me by hurling things at my head? Forceful encouragement, physicalized encouragement. Percussive encouragement. Testing my reflexes? It would be kind of funny if I could dodge them. I could always set a mischance, so you guys don't always hit me. I think that would be funny. We're training me for the war, son? What war? Polar says hi. Hi, Polar. How are you doing? Polar is good. What about me? I am good, thank you. I am pretty good. The second grade emu war? Oh no. They have been multiplying their numbers. The numbers are going up. Could be about time. I could swear one of these windows was still not having a time. I'm going to assume it's dirty around the backside. Can I squeeze this in here? Yeah. Those feathery bastards have had it too good for too long. They have. They think they're better than us because they're flightless. We'll show them. Is TITS an acronym for something? It is. It's an acronym for Twitch Integrated Throwing System. I've been playing a lot of StarCraft. co-op recently. Maybe I can just stream StarCraft co-op on Thursday. Next target, cassowary? No, fuck that. You're a lunatic. Listen, there's some things you just don't fuck with. That is it. You don't fuck with cassowary. Full stop. Alright? I would sooner fight a fucking crocodile than I would fight a fucking cassowary. There is nothing to fear except cassowaries. Those scare the absolute shit out of me. I fear nothing but that thing. It scares me. I fear no man but that thing. It scares me. They are fucking feral things. I do not. I don't not like them. That's not true. I have a very healthy respect of cassowaries, let's say. I am very aware that a cassowary can disembowel me and then honk aggressively at me like a fucking absolutely angry fucking turkey. Cassowaries are fucking not the one. Cassowaries are the fucking dinosaur birds. There is no other word for it. They are fucking dinosaur birds. The dirty big fucking black ones with the blue head and the fucking red gullet. There are a few things on this fucking planet that scare me as much as cassowary. Let's look at it that way. Angry peacocks. I wouldn't fuck around with a fucking cassowary. Bollocks to that. You couldn't fucking pay me enough. A couple of snakes because they like to lurk in places you don't see them easily. Cottonmouth, a few of the Oz nasties. I'm less scared of snakes than I am of fucking cassowary. Because once you see that fucking thing approaching you, you know you're in for a bad time. At least with a snake, it just fucking bites you. Cassowaries just fucking approach you like they're fucking wanting your lunch money. Thank you for the posture check. Ow. Thank you for the hydrate. What have I missed? Yum, yum. Rear porch walls. Fuck are the rear porch walls? All right, let's move on to something else. Second floor balcony trim. Third floor ceiling lights. Really? I thought I cleaned those. Alright. Third floor doorway header. Third floor barrier posts. Jesus fucking Christ. What do I miss? Bloody everything. Second floor walls. Which second floor walls? This second floor wall, apparently. And last but not least, rear porch base wall. Oh, this whole fucking bit here. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Sweet as. Alright. I think on that little jingle note, I will call it a day there. So thank you everybody for coming in and chatting. Appreciate it. As always, I don't really know what I'll be doing on Thursday for a change. I do know what I'll be doing tomorrow. Tomorrow I said I'll be doing Arc Nights, but yeah, Thursday's going to be the wild card. Who knows? I doubt it'll be 14. It might be StarCraft. We'll see. It might be StarCraft. I've been doing co-op StarCraft, and I've been not enjoying it, but it's been a thing, so... it's scratching an itch that I've missed, so... I don't know. I did enjoy StarCraft co-op, but it's slow. Or who knows, maybe I'll come in with Warcraft. Yeah, that'll fucking shock all of you. That will shock everyone. Who have we got? Let's send you guys off to... I don't even know any of those people who just popped up in my raid list. Why does Twitch not show me my friends first? I will send you guys off to... I don't have anybody online. Where the fuck is... Where is Inari? Inari's always streaming. Shit, man. The only person I have online is South Heart. So I might send you guys... It was his week off of vacation. How dare he have a vacation? I wonder if I have any friends of friends that are online. I don't even have friends of friends online, like people that I know. Wow, that's crazy. Alright, I will send you guys up to South Heart because I know South Heart, so... So, yeah, I will be back tomorrow, of course. I'm raiding out to an Arknight streamer, and I will be doing Arknights tomorrow. I will be doing... What am I doing? I'm doing the challenge mode, EX maps and challenge modes is what I'll be doing tomorrow. So, and if I finish that up quickly, then I will do IS. But outside of that, thank you everybody for coming in and chatting. Welcome to all the new people. Appreciate you guys for joining. Appreciate you all for chatting. And yeah... I hope to see you guys tomorrow, same time. So take care, everyone. Look after yourselves. Make sure you drink, stretch, hydrate, do what you gotta do. Yeah. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Welcome in, Tibs!